I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to the esteemed chief guest of honors, and all the panelists, those who are going to be here for this fourth edition of Wi-Fi India. We have been listening, and there has been a lot of technology changes, updations in Wi-Fi India. So today we will be listening to all the experts, the policymakers, what is the next in the Wi-Fi industry going to happen. Yesterday, somebody was saying, Shashi, you should start now do Wi-Fi 7 as well. Having said that, before we invite all the panelists, I request Shri T.V. Ramchandran sir, President BIF, to do the welcome, sir.
Thank you, Shashi. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the fourth Wi-Fi Summit on a very pleasantly cold Delhi morning. And as expected in Delhi, people will be drifting in a few minutes, maybe a little late, but it doesn't matter. We are very honored and pleased to have this fourth summit. Each one has been a great success. Thanks to my younger brother, Shashi. He's one of my favorite younger brothers, and we always work with him on all these important things. I would like to extend first a very warm thank you and welcome to our respected chief guest, Shri Sanjeev Agarwal ji, Member Technology Devotee, Shri Ashutosh Sharma ji, Director General Telecom, Ministry of Communications, Dr. Rajkumar Upadhyay, Sir, Chief Executive Officer, CDOT, the Research and Development Organization of our ministry and of the sector, and Shri Vivek Narayan, DDG Data Services Devotee, a great friend also for many years. Last but not least, Mr. Kuldeep Singh is there, and I think, I don't know whether Shri A.K. Tiwari has already come. He is expected any time now, immediate past Member Technology. So a very warm welcome to all of you and a thank you. A very warm welcome to all you ladies and gentlemen, all you distinguished delegates. Thank you for joining here. And I'm just wanting to flag off this first session. The overall session includes both Wi-Fi 6 and PM-WANI, but the first session, the inaugural session, is focused on the important topic of PM-WANI, public Wi-Fi, where we all look forward to getting some visibility on the ground realities in PM-WANI. PM-WANI has become a very hot topic of conversation now. Everybody wants to know ever since it was launched a little while ago. It's gathering momentum and gathering more awareness. Awareness is a main requirement for people to know that there is a powerful instrument, the most unique in the world. The likes of this PM-WANI is not there anywhere in the world. All credit to the innovation and actions in India by policymaker, regulation, and entrepreneurs. And we are very proud to be closely associated with it from Broadband India Forum. We are completely wedded to it, and we are working night and day to see that it takes off as desired, and as it has even the branding of the Honorable PM, it is one of the most prestigious things we have to be committed to. We believe in this respect, which is started in 2016, 2017, is going to lead to a tremendous proliferation of public Wi-Fi hotspots, make it very usable. Today, the biggest hassle with public Wi-Fi hotspot is each one is excellent, but the normal consumer has a problem. Every time he has to authenticate himself, get payment authorization, everything, it becomes an issue. So this is a device to take care of all that and is a very powerful unit. The scheme will allow a common man to use Wi-Fi service from a public to public from within a shop, a stall, an office, a home, etc. It's going to be all pervasive. It is a great visionary step, and we are greatly obliged to the Honorable Telecom Regulatory Authority and the government for the tremendous flip they have given to this. I would today say that I would liken this, in fact, I had written about this also once, that today India is one of the foremost in digital payments. You're all aware. Everybody is into digital payments. And one of the reasons for that, a key factor for that has been the UPI. I consider PM-WANI the UPI of telecom. That is the real UPI of telecom. It's going to make telecom happen. It's going to make broadband happen, affordable broadband happen. So the purpose of this session is now, therefore, to understand the prospects of PM-WANI from stakeholders who are in this business for some time now. We are not going to have any lecture bhashan as such, no downloading one way. What we are doing is we are having some entrepreneurs. I think you will see the names here. They will be properly introduced by my senior colleague, Mr. Sandeep Koturia, who is taking over from me the next session. These 7 names which are here, 7 entrepreneurs, they're all Wi-Fi entrepreneurs, deeply committed to PM-WANI and making it happen. I would liken them, I don't know, many of you may not be old enough like me to have been there when that film was launched in 1960, Magnificent Seven. Yul Brynner, Charles Bronson, all sorts of powerful names. Steve McQueen, Kuldeep ji is smiling, he's seen that. I call them the Magnificent Seven of PM-WANI. So we are going to hear from them today and take the learnings from them and how to take it forward also. I will stop at this point because I should not, all the substantive speakers are after me, the chief guests, the special guests of honor, the Magnificent Seven. So I cannot take more time with them. I'll just take the liberty to introduce Dr. R.K. Upadhyay, CEO CDOT, a great friend, a brilliant technologist, researcher. He has served in many key positions earlier. We all know about him in Prasar Bharati, DOT, BSNL, DRDO, TRAI. And I've had the honor of interacting with him several times over the past many years. He has worked on various issues, including NGN, interconnection, broadband, indigenous telecom, equipment manufacturing, where you're hearing about him almost every day nowadays in the papers. And he's the winner of many awards also. Distinguished awards from IIM Bangalore, etc. PhD from PhD, I think he did from Syracuse University. So he's a brilliant person. We are very lucky to have him also today as a special guest of honor. With these few introductory words, I would now request Dr. Upadhyay to come over and give us the benefit of this special address. Over to you, sir. Once again, thank you, Mr. Chief Guest and special guest of honor. Thank you.
Thank you, TV sir. Respected member technology, respected DGT, TV sir, leaders from the industry, ladies and gentlemen. I think it's really proud privilege to be here, part of this BIF. And it's happening in the physical format. That is the added advantage, because last few years we have been tuned to the online, and online, you know, sometime you just switch on the camera and do your work. That kind of things used to happen. PPT upar aayega? Yeah. So basically, I have been given 10 minutes. So I think 10:30. Yeah. So I'm just going to talk about, because all of you know about PM-WANI. The button to. So basically, see, as far as the mandate is concerned, you are aware that because most of you are aware of the PM-WANI structure, one of the key element in the PM-WANI is central registry. And so what is central registry? Central registry is basically a platform which ensures that all the entities involved in the PM-WANI, whether it is PDO, PDOA or the app, and the associated services are functioning as per the mandate, as per the PM-WANI framework. So this was the mandate to us, and this has the facility over the time we have been, improving based on the feedback from the industry. It has the PDOA portal, app portal, admin portal, integration with Saral Sanchar, so that it can be very, very seamless, and test setup to facilitate, and one section for informing the people, newcomers, as well as the the whole ecosystem, that what all this scheme is about and what are the structures in that. We initially, when it was launched in 2017, there was a the authentication was based on MAC ID, and as you are aware that later phones like beyond Android version and the iPhones started randomizing the MAC, and that became a problem for us because the MAC was randomized, and therefore the 2.0 PM-WANI was started, and where the authentication mechanism was changed. I'm happy to say, as TV sir was telling, that it has the name of the Honorable Prime Minister, and in fact this particular central registry is already integrated with Prime Minister's portals like Darpan and Prayas, so it is being monitored at the highest level. We provide various MIS reports to gauge the success and the progress of this particular central registry. So central registry, we have initially, there was only in English, and then there was a request that since it is being launched across India, why don't it put in other languages? So today, this particular central registry is functioning in 17 languages, 17 vernacular languages. We also prepared PDOA, PDO, and app booklet, wherein we, in fact, if you look at those, we have given the business case, what will be the components and how it will be costed and what it makes a business. how much
నాకు అన్ని
you
తెలుసు.
need to do business
ఫస్ట్
to
ఆఫ్
make
ఆల్ నాకు అన్ని తెలుసు.
profit. So very good documents on
అన్నిటి గురించి నేను ఇన్నే
app
ఉన్నా,
providers
అన్నిటి గురించి
for
నాకు
PDO
తెలుసు.
business, for PDO business.
నువ్వు ఫస్ట్
Full business
స్టాప్
case is
టాకింగ్ టు
explained
విజయ.
along with the components so that the
రాజు
prospective
మమ్మీ
client is aware
మమ్మీ
what all
విను,
is to
వాళ్ళు నాకు చెప్పి ఇప్పుడు
this
రాజు
particular
చెప్పి
started service.
అమ్మ ముందు
I'm
నేను
happy
అనలేదు.
to
అమ్మ గలీజ్ మాట్లాడదు కానీ నేను అప్పుడప్పుడు కొట్లాడుకుంటా ఆమెతో, ఇట్లా అట్లాంటివన్నీ అన్నాడు. నేను అన్నా రాజు అవి అన్నా కూడా నువ్వు మా మమ్మీతో అంత మాట్లాడే అవసరం లేదు, నీకు మా మమ్మీ పని చెప్తుంది, నువ్వు మమ్మీకి పని చేయాలి.
and
ఆడవారికే పని ఉండాలి.
I'm
కార్లో
happy to say this year at least we have
వాళ్ళ
got
గురించి
many
అని చెప్పే అవసరం మమ్మీ నువ్వు వినే
because
అవసరం
the
లేదు. నీ
certification
ఇంటికి
framework
నేను
also is set up by
చెప్తలేవు, మేము
PM-WANI and which is
మేము కొట్లాడతామా
carried out
ఏం చేస్తామో మీకు అనవసరం,
it is given to
మీతో
CDOT, so
పని
that
మీకు ఇదే ఉండాలి అని
fully
చెప్పి.
certified PDO
మమ్మీ
and
నాకు
fully
సోనీ గురించి
certified app
తెలుసు, నీ
providers are
గురించి
available. This
తెలుసు.
is
నీ
the
నోరు
breakup
జిల్లా
of
నాకు
this
బాగా
system.
తెలుసు. నువ్వు
You
ఇంత
know,
ఏజ్
some
వచ్చినా
state
కూడా
it is
నువ్వు
doing very well,
ఇంకా
some state not doing well. We got a study
ఇప్పుడు నువ్వు
done through
సడన్గా
IIT
దేవుని
Kanpur,
లెక్క
and one of the key requirements,
నేను
one of
కాల్
the
లో
key finding of the study was,
నువ్వు
awareness. The
ఏం
awareness of this
మాట్లాడినా
is
మమ్మీ,
not much. So here we look forward for the
ఏం మాట్లాడలే అని
help from the industry to
నేను ఏమని మాట్లాడుతున్నా నువ్వేం
forum
మాట్లాడు.
you speak. I think the PM-WANI should be talked
నాకు
about.
వాళ్ళే
because
చెప్తుంటే
as
నువ్వు
I
మళ్ళీ
said,
వాళ్ళ
the
ముందు
public
మాట్లాడితే
Wi-Fi
వస్తా
infrastructure in globally it is very good. You know,
గలీజ్ మాటలు
there
అవసరం
are
లేదు.
public
గలీజ్
millions of
మాటలు అవసరం లేదు.
hotspots,
ఇవాళ
but
పొద్దున
we are
మాట
still
చాలు. అట్లనే
we are
ఎవరు
reaching
నోబడి
the critical
అంటే
mass. Once the critical mass is
నీకు
achieved,
దండం అనగానే కాదు కదా, సారీ అది నీకు దండం అమ్మ అంటే కాదు కదా, సారీ
this is the part of the mandate part.
నీకు
So
దండం
what
అంటే
did we
నీకు
do?
దండం అమ్మ
What
అంటే
did
సారీ.
we do?
నువ్వు
The
ఎంత తీస్తావు
challenges
మళ్ళా?
in main challenges
ఆ పిల్ల నీకు
in PM-WANI structure is one is urban centric deployment. Primarily still the scheme was meant for covering uncovered, helping unconnected or poorly connected. But today we see that primarily the deployments are urban centric, high cost of backhaul, which government has been, DOT has been taking up regularly with the players, and in fact BSNL came up with a specialized scheme for a lease line. And the other problem is that currently although it is a disaggregated structure, but currently one single entity is providing PDOA and app. The framework was such that every component is independent so that more innovation can happen. The other issue is a non-availability of Wi-Fi plug and play point. And the last point which I would like to dwell upon a little bit, a limited PM-WANI software solution provider, because it requires a complex PDOA stack to make it interwork in the framework. And there the CDOT actually, when we saw that the small players cannot do it, so CDOT stepped in and we have developed completely white label PDOA stack, which is given to the industry. And in fact, we are not charging for it. Not charging means only in the initial onboarding cost, little bit is given. And for last 2 years, 1.5 years since the scheme is launched, we have not been charging these small PDOA providers. We are also putting the cloud for them. The cloud is hosted by us for these small players, so that initial entry barriers are removed. And our assumption is someday they will fly. So once they fly, then we will be out of it. It has various facilities: subscriber management module, hotspot management module, watcher management module, revenue settlement model, device management module, help desk module. So whatever, and this is not done by us, is done by us based on the feedback from the PDOs. Whatever PDOs are telling us, or PDOs are telling us that this is the problem, that is the problem, accordingly the software is getting developed. Then we have the certification. It is one of the most important item of the this framework. Why certification is required? So that the interoperability is ensured. And the other thing is, we also have the mandatory LI compliance, local, lawful interception. Lawful interception is a very, very important item because it's a public Wi-Fi. Anybody can come and anybody can use it. But we should be able to trace, if anything happens, that who is this guy, when, which device, where, and how. So therefore, for LI, we need some space in the PDOA dabba, the PDOA access point. And these kind of pulling these session data into the PDOA stack and making it available to the LI agencies is one of the most important requirement. And this is what we test in the certification requirement. As far as the CDOT is concerned, CDOT is not only doing the software part, it is also doing hardware. We have latest Wi-Fi 6, Wi-Fi 5, all kind of variant. And Shashi was mentioning Wi-Fi 7. Wi-Fi 7 standards are yet to be out. So whenever Wi-Fi 7 comes, CDOT will come up with the Wi-Fi 7 also. This session, I think, as TV sir said, it is less of lecturing, more of learning. So I am actually very, interestingly looking forward to the suggestions given by the experts here. In fact, we keep talking to them, keep interacting with them. But when we listen to them together, it will definitely provide a lot of inputs for us. We are committed as far as the CDOT is concerned. We are committed to the PM-WANI framework. Anything required by the industry, we will do it. And we hope that our PDO stack, currently more than 80-85 PDOs are using our stack. We are not charging it. We might in future make it open source because once we make it open source, then people can take it forward. Why we have not made it open source? Somebody may ask why we have not done. There are still very, very small players who don't even know how to configure a particular system. If I make open source, still somebody will take it and they'll charge. So we are waiting for that. But eventually, this software will be made open source. It will be made free. Anybody can take it. Anybody can take this app. Anybody can take this PDO stack and customize it as per their requirement. Thank you so much. I look forward for learning from this session. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Dr. Upadhyay, for a very insightful and informative address. You touched upon the right chords regarding central registry and initiatives taken by CDOT. The views given by you will go a long way in proliferation of PM-WANI. What you said at the end is very, very important, sir. Thank you once again, sir. And it was a pleasure hearing you. Thank you. With this, ladies and gentlemen, we start the roundtable discussion on the topic of PM-WANI prospects. The roundtable discussion is chaired by Shri Vivek Narayan, DGDS, DOT. So may I request you to come on the dais, please, and take the chair. We also have participation of some leading players in PM-WANI space, who as community have shown immense commitment towards PM-WANI. I will also request now, therefore, the eminent participants for this discussion to come on dais and take their seats. I will invite Mr. Amarjit Das from NanoWise Solutions, Mr. Mr. Rajesh Kaul from founder and CEO of LMES, Mr. Ravi Kumar Chinnuswamy, MD Infonetcom, Mr. Sanjeeva Kumar, MD Tesentera, Mr. Srinivas Gudupudi, founder and CEO Matrecom Technologies, and Mr. Sumit Garg, MD Immunity Networks and Technologies. We also have Mr. Sai Manakprada, Chairman and CEO of WiFi Networks, who is joined online from USA. I will also request Dr. Shiv Kumar from BIF to join us on the dais. Mr. Shiv Kumar has done deep diving into PM-WANI, and he has been involved for the last 2 months into it. So, Dr. Shiv Kumar. Thank you, everyone. The chairman, Shri Vivek Narayan, as we all know, is a stalwart, and he has always been open to suggestions and has been encouraging and guiding the stakeholders to execute the right things which can proliferate PM-WANI. Shri Vivek Narayan is an electronics engineering graduate from REC Jaipur and an MBA in finance from IGNIU, and he has studied taxation from Duke University, USA, and public policy formulation from University of California, Berkeley. He has experience of 34 years in various fields, which include research and development, installation, maintenance, policy formulation, monitoring of telecom services. He has worked as Director Sports, Government of India for 5 years, and 3 years as Secretary, National Financial Reporting Authority, which is the regulator of auditors of large public interest entities in India. Ladies and gentlemen, may I request you to give a round of applause for Shri Vivek Narayan, DDGDS. A warm welcome to all the participants here also on the dais, who represent a community of innovators and entrepreneurs who are committed for the cause of PM-WANI. Each one of them wears one or more hats of a PDOA or app provider or stack provider or ISP. They also represent in a way the PM-WANI providers at the endpoint, that is the shopkeepers and PDOs who host PM-WANI hotspots in their shops. So warm welcome to all of you too. And with this, I request Chairman Mr. Vivek Narayan to start this roundtable discussion on PM-WANI prospects.
Thank you for inviting me for this session. It's a very important session. Respected member T sir, respected DGT sir, respected organizers, distinguished people from the telecom fraternity, media persons, ladies and gentlemen. See, if you have to promote something, you have to first believe in it and start using it. So I wonder how many of us here actually have the PM-WANI app in our mobile phone. So unless we have that and we start using it, and we use the PM-WANI hotspot in our offices, and so we will not be able to promote it. Unless we use it, we will not be able to promote it. So we have to believe in it. And I'm putting my best efforts into PM-WANI, and I want to take PM-WANI to such a level that like when you ask for a cold drink, many times you tend to say Coca-Cola. You don't mean Coca-Cola per se. You could be asking Fanta or something else. But when you are talking about a cold drink, you say "Mujhe Coca-Cola." So that way, I want to promote that instead of saying Wi-Fi, people start saying it PM-WANI. So now I will specifically say that, see, what are the major steps being done by the government as of now to promote PM-WANI? One of the big steps is that 44,000 PM-WANI hotspots for which money has been paid by the central government to 8 states who had proposed it for installation of these hotspots. So that's one major step, which rollout is being monitored, will be closely monitored by my team. Second is that all the Ministry of Civil Aviation has promised me that all the airports in India would be PM-WANI. Railways is already working on it for making all railway stations in India PM-WANI compliant. Ministry of Civil Aviation has said Ministry of Civil Aviation for all the airports, and the Ministry of Urban Development is working on that all this Wi-Fi hotspot in all smart cities be PM-WANI compliant. Archaeological Survey of India has asked us, is going for PM-WANI at all its monuments. So we are, and then I went to Unnao, met the digital man Om Prakash, which Honorable Prime Minister had referred in his Man Ki Baat. So Mr. Om Prakash is providing 1,300 FTTH connections in Hasanganj and areas in Unnao. So I spoke to him, why don't you start providing PM-WANI as well? So he is, and I also spoke to GM BSNL Kanpur to start promoting that. So he said that yes, they will be doing it, and shortly he has plans for PM-WANI as well. But in order to promote PM-WANI, this session is being, I sent the link to all the WhatsApp groups of PM-WANI so that all the PDOs who are not here can take benefit of this. And basically, we need to hear the success story. Once we hear the success stories from all of the participants, the people will be more encouraged to promote PM-WANI. So let us hear from them and then take it forward.
Thank you, sir. And with your permission, I will present 2 or 3 slides, and then we can go to the context, the questions also. Thank you. So just a brief context regarding PM-WANI to the audience. We have experts here, and they all know in and out of PM-WANI. But just to lay down the context, the PM-WANI scheme was announced in December 2020, and it was announced to create a grid of public Wi-Fi hotspots. But more importantly, it was for setting up of hotspots by shopkeepers. So it was quite revolutionary in a way, because it unbundled the networks from the licensing. So a shopkeeper who doesn't have a license, who need not pay the license fee, can put a hotspot to provide public Wi-Fi if he is following the PM-WANI framework through other stakeholders like PDOA, app providers, and CDOT. So that was a broad concept. Tariffs were made totally free. One can fix any tariffs for the service. Resale of bandwidth was allowed, which was not the case earlier. The KYC thing was taken care of by the system itself. It is all OTP based. So a shopkeeper will not be bothered about the KYC itself. So in a way, the whole thing was very, very forward-looking, revolutionary, and it also gave a purpose to the rollouts of fiber, because it said that, we have fiber at the ground, but how will we create the demand? So it created a demand also for the last mile by asking people to set up the hotspots for PM-WANI. So like Mr. Ramjan said, it was very similar to UPI in concept. However, what we see is that the numbers of hotspots deployed are 1,44,000 in the last 2 years. The number of PDOs are around 147 who are active PDOs, and the number of app providers is 88. So there are many, many people who are coming and joining. There are many more people who are not actively involved, but they are in the system. Further, we see that in the policy framework which we have, the fixed broadband and public Wi-Fi play a critical part of Connect India policy. And there were targets given for public Wi-Fi, which will include both PM-WANI as well as the traditional public Wi-Fis by ISPs. And what we see is the number of public Wi-Fi hotspots is falling short by whopping 98%. Our target was 10 million by 2020, but we have public Wi-Fi hotspots in the vicinity of 2.5 lakhs, 1.4 lakhs by PM-WANI and 1 lakh through ISPs. So that is where the area of concern is. And here we have got all the eminent speakers so that they can share their views, that what is their business model, how they can scale the whole thing of PM-WANI, and what we can expect from PM-WANI framework. Like Mr. Vivek has given a vision that whenever one talks about the public Wi-Fi, one should speak about PM-WANI. So how that will get created, that's the issue before us. And what are the challenges which we are facing? So we have listed down certain questions here on all the things which I have said. And we have shared the questions with the speakers earlier also. So what we want to understand, sir, from the speakers is that what is the business models they are following, and what is the business model they have for the PDOs also, because they are the ultimate people who are putting their money and time at the ground level. And what are the key challenges being faced in the whole thing, or which are bottleneck for the proliferation. So, sir, if you permit, we can start. So we can start from this side, sir. So I request Mr. Smith to just give his views on this.
Thank you, Sandeep. So that's a very great question which has been brought forward to this forum. And as we all understand that PM-WANI proliferation is the biggest issue. I'm a very strong and a firm believer, you create it and the clients will follow. So today, from a network perspective, PM-WANI is something which has to have the basic base on which it has to grow on. And for that model, as a PDOA, my business model is definitely to appoint PDOs and entrepreneurs and the various establishments which are available across. But predominantly, the challenge is happening from a ground level acceptance. So there are 3 legs of DOT which are extremely well known. You stop a common man and you will find that he's aware about 4G, 5G. He's aware about the telephone lines. He's aware about the broadband. But the moment you talk about PM-WANI, he'll stare you in the face. So that level of awareness, PM-WANI being the fourth leg of DOT, has to get that kind of importance and a common man's mindset. And then only it can go to the next step where instead of being a distillery for water, it will be the Wi-Fi for PM-WANI. So that level of awareness is the first challenge which has to be overcome. Secondly, we have to make it easy to use. So today, even though we are following PM-WANI framework verbatim, we are one of the first fully certified, we are the first fully certified PM-WANI PDOA. But from that perspective, it does not mean that the framework should not improve. There are areas like iPhone acceptance and various other aspects which has to be included into the framework. And there has to be a way around it. And with that, I think we should really move ahead to the various ecosystem aspects. And probably I'll request Mr. Srinivas to say something. Sure. So Immunity Networks has been an IT networking cybersecurity provider for almost 2 decades now. And when we came to know about PM-WANI, we adopted it at the first drop. We developed our own stack of solutions for PM-WANI, right from providing the hardware to the entire software stack. The entire stack has been in-house developed for deploying PM-WANI. We go out and we have been engaging various operators of PM-WANI, whether it has been some fair price shops, or whether it has been some ration shops, whether it has been some Xerox operators, some various slums we have tried to cover, various hospitals we have tried to enter. With that in mind, the business model is right now enablement and appointment of PDOA, where we get into an agreement with them, we support them fully. In fact, I had seen the slide of Upadhyay sir, where probably he was talking about the challenge being of a plug and play hotspot not being available. In fact, we are proud to say that our devices are plug and play. All that users have to do is plug a broadband connection. So to that level, we try to support our PDOs, and we make sure that for them, they are absolutely non-technical people who are able to adopt that. Whether it is help desk, payment, distribution, whether it is in terms of handling the backend system, it's completely seamless for them. So their job is limited to creating local awareness, deploying the device, keeping it on, and keeping it connected. We have been trying, and we have been facing a little bit of challenges, in fact, quite a lot of challenges on the connectivity aspects, especially the moment we step out of the urban area and we step into the semi-urban and the rural areas. And there, you will be surprised to know even WiMAX sometimes become a challenge, which is just 2 Mbps. And we are trying to get into an area where, as a minimum requirement in PM-WANI, we ask for 40 Mbps to 100 Mbps of backhaul connection to the device. So we should definitely work towards these challenges and these models. And currently we are approaching and onboarding each and every PDO who's interested, educating them and bringing them on board as a PM-WANI key stakeholder.
One more question. You have rolled out as PDOA yourself or to other PDOAs on your stack,
right,
in cities mainly or tier-1 cities. Are you finding a scalable model there? Is it viable?
The model is definitely a very good model. So like any business, PM-WANI for a PDO is a business. It is an entrepreneurship venture. It is not something which is an FD. You are not putting something as an investment and you're getting a fixed return. It has to be propagated in the vicinity. It has to be told to the nearby areas. And along with that, it also has to grow. I have seen the PDO's revenue grow at a steady path. Like as and when the users join, if the service is good, they stick to it. But the point is creating that awareness, making sure that user is able to enjoy roaming even between our hotspots, and enough of our hotspots being available for his vicinity. Again, I cannot strongly emphasize enough on the fact that if I am getting out of my house, the moment I close my door, in my lift, in my house, in my car, in my way to my office, in my mall, I need to have a Wi-Fi available. And with that in mind, I'm able to definitely gonna switch to it. It is not a matter of cost at all. Today, we all are using Wi-Fi. It is a matter of performance. It is a matter of stability, and it is a matter of the way Wi-Fi works. It's the preferred mechanism. And that is why even today we have 5G offloading happening on Wi-Fi. So with all these facts on place, PM-WANI is definitely the future, but it definitely needs a very strong push into the market for it to really go down that path. Thank you.
I would just like to share some data that on, in fact, I met some operators, some ISPs, and they said that it is very difficult to compete with the 5G with the 5G coming in. I'll just share that average download per subscriber per month using a mobile connection is around 16.5 GB. Whereas in an FTTH connection, it is 250 to 300 GB across category A, B, or C respective operator. So there's a huge potential. Mobile is being used basically when we move, but at home we all use Wi-Fi. In offices we use Wi-Fi. When it is not there, then we look for the mobile connectivity. Yes, mobile connectivity is there when we move, but actual data, there is more than 15 times data download using FTTH, and PM-WANI is nothing but an X. See, when we say FTTH, it is actually we are using Wi-Fi through the fiber. So PM-WANI has got huge potential.
Hello everyone, I'm Srinivas Varipudi from Mastercom Technologies. So we are an end-to-end PM-WANI stack provider in the sense that anyone who wants to become a PDOA there will be technical challenges in terms of having a product, developing a product, getting it up and then running. So we give it to them, everything right from hardware to web platform to mobile app, and use it and get started on day one as compared to being worried about availability of any product or solution. With regards to basically the PM-WANI adoption and the way forward, the way we have been seeing up across is that, or where we have approached out is that we try to solve the challenges that folks in the semi-rural or the rural areas face. If I were to give you an example, if we were a doctor and we have a patient, if I tell basically I'm going to give you a medicine which will relieve you of the pain in the leg, but if the person is having cold or fever, I think he would not probably ignore it. So if we identify the challenges that the patient has and give him that medicine, he will just pick it up. So what we are doing is we are kind of approaching it out by trying to identify the challenges and the pains that they have in their day-to-day work. So in semi-rural or rural areas, for example, if someone is having a challenge of payments, means they want to take loans because the capital requirements for them are there. So we try to create applications which will try to solve that. If somebody is having challenges in terms of getting labor, trying to give that applications to solve them. So what that does is that behind it, there's PM-WANI. PM-WANI becomes an enabler for making their lives simpler as compared to being the core product. It basically enables various applications and solutions to solve their day-to-day needs, and becomes PM-WANI at that time becomes a pull factor as compared to being the push factor. So this is basically, and I think the PM-WANI framework also has been built with mobile app being the perspective, pushing towards the direction of applications. So that's the way we are seeing that more and more people are coming forward by themselves and trying to discuss their challenges. And in terms of the PM-WANI journey as such, I believe this is a unique opportunity for every kind of entrepreneur. Entrepreneurs who are in the technology side, entrepreneurs who are in the semi-rural and the rural, because it being a completely new framework, there will be a phase one wherein the technology and the stack gets developed, and two types of folks will come into the picture. One is people who develop products, the others who replicate the products or system integrators, and both of them have a role in the initial stage, because the folks who are closer to the customers are the system integrators, and they give the features and the requirements of these challenges, and the product people who are developing it build that up. And the phase 2 will be the monetization phase. And I think that's the phase that we are approaching it out right now. And you will basically start seeing more consolidation and more adoption, because that's what we are seeing it up from the market. So my take onto this is that it's a significant value enabler for the folks on the field. And we try to solve the challenges and the problems they have. They will adopt PM-WANI directly or indirectly to solve their needs. And that's the way we are working on. Thank you.
Highlight on the roaming solution between PTOs which you are working on.
Sure. Basically, I think one of the requirements or the needs that has come from many of you is that we need to have seamless roaming, or basically, to put it differently, if anyone basically moves up across anywhere, they would like to use the PM-WANI enabled services any place, anytime, anywhere. And towards that, what we're doing is we're working, we're kind of onto the place where with one of the large operators, we'll be rolling it out pretty soon. And any PDOA across any of the common users who is engaged with any PDO or PDOA will still be able to use the services whenever they are going across any place in India. And that way, I think the same way as we talk about 4G, 5G, and we don't really think about who the service provider is, be it Airtel, Jio, Vodafone, or anyone. We basically just move up across and we get the services. So the same will be coming up along to you pretty soon. And we hope that that will also push the awareness and the usability of PM-WANI across India. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir, we can go to Sai now, who is waiting on the online. And my request to all the speakers will be that, kindly further elaborate on that, how that what is the attractiveness for the shopkeepers or PDOs to join this thing, and how you are marketing it or selling it. PM-WANI is the thing. We would be interested in that also. So over to you, Sai. Thank you.
Hello, everyone, distinguished guests, my fellow PDOs, and Mr. Vivek Narayan from the DDG of BSNL. Are you able to hear me properly? Are you able to hear me? Hello?
We can hear you, Sai. Yeah.
Excellent. All right, just checking. So thank you once again for inviting me. I really apologize for not being able to be there due to my some domestic commitments here, but I'm so glad that we are able to meet virtually. Thank you once again to everybody, including BIF and Mr. Sandeep Kutturiyaji. Sci-Fi is basically been involved with PM-WANI right from the inception in 2016, when there was a consultation paper came out from TRAI. And we have been instrumental in being one of the architects of PM-WANI before it was called WANI, Wi-Fi Access Network Interface, and we know the history behind it. What Sci-Fi has been able to do is identify the actual gap for proliferation, why it is not happening. It's the ease of use for the end users, and policy-wise, reselling of the bandwidth was a huge win for proliferation of Wi-Fi through PM-WANI. And also the most important thing right now is to look for how do we build the footprint, increase the footfall, increase the network utilization, and thereby make a sustaining model wherein we can monetize it and make sure that each and every entity in this ecosystem, I'm talking about starting from all the way from ISPs to the PDOAs, to the local cable operators, who we dub them as the PDO distributors. We sign them up so that they can onboard more and more PDOs for us. And then, of course, the retail PDOs like the Kirana shops or the bakery walas. And of course, the end user who needs to see a definite advantage in embracing PM-WANI. So I completely agree with Mr. Sumit Garg and also Mr. Srinivasa, who have very nicely articulated the ground realities. So from my point of view, if you look at our model is what we call it as Uber for Wi-Fi. We treat all the PDOs as retail PDOs as in the Uber model, like the drivers, and they have their own accounting system. We provide a dashboard for them. Similarly, the end users are the responsibility of Uber. The PDOs are not responsible to market and get the customers into the network. That should be the PDOA's responsibility. So if you take Uber's example, Uber is the one who markets it and brings the end users to the PDOs. Now the PDOs are like the drivers, like I said, they just take the rides and they are selling the rides as their product. Similarly, for us in Uber for Wi-Fi, we sell the internet sessions as our product. From the ISP point of view, it is the bandwidth that is their product. And so we tell our PDOs that you're buying bandwidth, you take a connection from one of the ISPs, FTTX connection. So that is your product, and now you're selling it, and we facilitate it through our end-to-end complete system of the cloud platform, the dashboards for the PDOs, and the end user app is a sci-fi app. And in the monetization part of it is also very intrinsic in this model and very important. To that effect, we have categorized them as different demographics. Like if you look at 15-year-olds to 25-year-olds, they might not want to pay too much for Wi-Fi. The power users or the business users, 25 to 35 or 45, they don't care for an extra $10 or $50 or $100 so that they can get the network utilization. And of course, we have the other demographics. When you look at these three demographics, somebody who doesn't want to pay, we have introduced the ad, so they watch an ad and they get a few tokens that they can redeem for internet connection. We also integrated the payment gateway. So the end-to-end thing is there. When we talk about the ground realities, CDOT has been very instrumental in providing a list. They are very, through the DOT website, there are a lot of interest from a lot of different PDOs. So what we have been able to do is we took that list, and when we talk about going and meeting the people on the ground, virtually we were able to do that by taking one state at a time, and we have had a total of 50 to 60 different webinars every Monday, Wednesday, Friday by talking to actual people who have registered in the CDOT website. So that is a very significant achievement for us to actually directly know through the question and answer sessions with the actual PDOs and the local cable operators who are wanting to become the PDO distributor so that they can onboard more PDOs for the PDOAs like us. And the ground realities are very simple. They want to see, where is the money? They want to see, where is my money? Show me the money, right? So we said that you take a FTTX connection and you'll be able to sell it, and then we are going to get you the revenue, which is 4x your actual bandwidth cost. So if somebody takes 800 rupees FTTX connection for 3300 GB, that's the 3300 GB is his product that he can sell, and we are giving almost, he can make 3200 rupees per month, which is almost 4x his actual bandwidth cost. And so we have to make it very simple for them. Like I said, the two other points is monetization should, I respectfully kind of, I would not say disagree, but would like to put my points forward for the point that Mr. Srinivas has made. We should not be thinking about monetization as a second phase. The first phase is basically building the platform and reaching to the people and increasing the footprint. But it's a catch-22 situation in my mind. And I'm sure that there are a lot of other experts in the panel who might have different, I'm here to learn and from them also. But I just wanted to point out that monetization should be something that is built in from day one to show the PDOs. Whenever we do our webinars, we say to our PDOs, "Aapka business chale to hi hamara business chalta hai. If you make money, we make money. Otherwise, it's not going to happen," right? So that with those few points, I would like to say that we have been working very hard to make sure that our system is not just putting up our own retail PDOs, but we have come across a lot of people, what we call as virtual PDOs, who already have their existing hotspots, and we are onboarding them through simple APIs for their AAA. So we also are able to monetize many of the already existing hotspots. One big example, and with this I'll conclude, is Railtel itself. In 2021, we have successfully completed a trial where we, in Secunderabad railway stations, we have onboarded a set of hotspots and integrated with their central NOC, and we're successful in showing that the seamless roaming, and not just seamless roaming from one network to the other network without the need for authentication, right? Not just that, but paid Wi-Fi portability. When we talk about seamless roaming is not only connection of the device, but also if you pay in one network, like in a mall or a railway station, will it be used in some other airport? If you buy it in the airport, can it be used in the railway station? So that kind of a paid Wi-Fi portability has also been tested. And so we are at Sci-Fi very, very confident that we will be able to pull through, especially by, after the pandemic, we have seen a lot of interest again reignited in this area. Thank you.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, I'm here. Now I can
Why
hear
don't you share, why don't you share the tremendous success story of the Hyderabad exhibition?
Okay, sir, definitely. Thank you for reminding me that. So what we have done in the last couple of ventures that we have done for the POC, a commercial launch has been done in Hyderabad. I'll take we have done a book expo before that, but then I'll concentrate on the Hyderabad exhibition. That is the 82nd exhibition that is having, which they call as Numaish. The challenges were many. It's almost 20, about 10 to 20 acres land, where it's in a huge ground where they actually have people from all over India, right? Rajasthan, Bihar, Arunachal Pradesh also come there to sell, to set up the stalls and sell their garments or their devices or whatnot. And the biggest problem there was the cellular coverage. They did not have cellular coverage for that acreage because there's no tower over there. And later on, they had a tower, but that is only giving you voice, not data. The second problem is there are no other ISPs, but BSNL has been working there very diligently for the last few months. And when the connections were given by BSNL, they have been more than helpful to us. When we talked to them about providing FTTX connections to the shopkeepers so that we can set up some PDOs, they came forward, and at FTTX prices, they have been able to give us. And again, we are yet to talk about a formal partnership with BSNL to see how we can work together to make this, a scalable model. But that has been a tremendous help from BSNL. We had 100 Mbps connections. 8 such drops were given at 8 different places. This covers the entire periphery of the exhibition grounds, the 3 gates, and also the food and the major hubs like food courts and other areas where there will be influx of a lot of traffic, including there is a small kids park over there. So, and the response has been tremendous. Like Mr. Sumit Garg was also saying earlier, the awareness is very important. From the first few days when we set it up, everybody looked at it and said, okay, ye Sci-Fi kahan milega? They're talking about Wi-Fi. Then over the days, it so happened that everybody wants to download this app. And I'll give you a statistics for just 3 days. The entire setting up took us almost 3 weeks. But on day one, I think 25th, 26th, 27th are the 3 dates I'll give you the stats on. The very first day, I think it's about 500 to 600 app downloads. Second day, it was about 700 to 800 app downloads. And third day, it shot up to about 1100. Also, you should remember it's Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. So a lot of people come in those days. On the very first day, we had about, on an average, 800 GB of data utilized in all of the 8 different places. In the second day and third day, we had an average of 1.2 and 1.4 terabytes of data consumption. And we have also been able to sell, like it goes back to the other panel members who were saying, they are ready to pay. The end users are ready to pay 50 rupees for, we sell our packages for like 10 rupees for 2 GB, 20 rupees for 4 GB, and 50 rupees for 12.5 GB. And we have seen steady sales happening. With this experience, what we have seen is we are now concentrating to see, do a market research based on our experience as to what are the, what is the motivation for the end users to come and sign up and use it. The PDOs already have seen the tremendous help that these kind of PM-WANI PDOs will provide, because their problem was there was no internet connection, so all the card scanners were not working, so no online transaction, they were able to do any online transactions. But once we provided the PM-WANI with the help of BSNL backhaul collection, it was a, they were delighted, because otherwise what they had to do was, there was an ATM machine and that always ran out of cash, and there were ATM machines outside the exhibition grounds, which they had to walk almost an acre or two to accompany the customer and then withdraw the money and then buy it. So it was really a bad situation for them, but they were delighted to see. And I think this kind of these kind of things actually helped us to understand what the ground realities actually are when we actually go there and deploy. And that's the reason that we have taken up this task. And thank you once again for BSNL support, Mr. Vivek Narayanji. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. And I am feeling proud to have this privilege of coming to the BIF. And thank you for all the chairperson to be here. And myself, Sanjeev Kumar, I am representing for the Terra Techno Solutions Private Limited, actually. So Terra journey start from the beginning of 2020 December, as soon as announcing this PM-WANI communicated through the media, and we decided, because myself, I am having a telecom exposure for almost 25 years of experience. With my experience, I worked for all the telecom operators in India, and I know, especially I operated the complete greenfield projects in India. We know that as soon as announcement of the PM-WANI, how the PM-WANI is going to revolutionize the India, because we know very well that even till today, we are having a very shortfall. Very major shortfall of the network availability, even if we take that tribal and interior rural environments. Terra came forward and connected that CDOT first. We are the first collaborated with the CDOT. And the first village we have launched during 2021, October 10th in Andhra Pradesh, Kurnool district. That is, the village is called Uyalawada village. As soon as that, we came to know that we need to something dedicated for this PM-WANI. That is the reason Terra has started the journey for the PM-WANI proliferation. We made a campaign for the tribal environment, especially if you see this Telangana, Adilabad district, Srikakulam district of the Andhra Pradesh. These are the tribal villages actually. And we came to know that there is a big shortfall of the network in the rural, interior rural also. Even till today, if you see any of the village, for example, 1,000 resident village, till today, hardly having a 2 to 3% of the penetration of the FTTH rural. Because that means there is a gap of 98% of this Wi-Fi or internet availability. This shortfall, we can easily able to mitigate, refill with this PM-WANI. That's what the confidence we built after after doing the journey with the CDOT actually. So now the today's situation, the Terra has made that multiple POCs actually. The proof of concepts, not only for that rural, tribal, even enterprise solutions in the metros also, we did it very successfully. And Tessantara has done the first experience center in Hyderabad. And during this 2010, 2021, somewhere in the August month, the first experience center for the PM-WANI, we made it. And later, and we started working for this proliferation part, taking all the challenges from the ground level, and we have started the establishing the networks at the rural environment. Especially, we are focusing that rural, because the PM-WANI objective itself is we digested as a employment, upliftment, and digital India penetration can be improved. And of course, the PM-WANI is the hidden part of the PM-WANI is the national security system for the Wi-Fi networks actually. So now the gap we are very much fulfilled, and just last week only we launched the first 2 villages in the Telangana. We launched with these are the 2 greenfield villages. We launched FTTH as well as the PM-WANI, both combination. Why? Because the gap of this 98% of network unavailability at this rural environment, that should be refilled with the PM-WANI. That is what our agenda. And with this part of with this combination of the FTTH as the PM-WANI, we are going to achieve the affordability of this public, first number one. Because today, if you see the FTTH cost, just even if you take that 30 Mbps package, it is taking a minimum 500 rupees per month average. And through the PM-WANI public Wi-Fi, we can able to achieve this. It is just for 250 rupees. It is enough for the getting the full-fledged network connectivity at the rural environment. Actually. So this is what our journey actually, and there are the much more challenges actually regarding the stability of the app and other things. We are closely working with this CDOT technology and R&D department. They made it that the stability is very much achieved now, and we started working for the commercial availability. As far as the scope and volume is concerned, we identified a very big role actually, because we know we don't know that initially that big players like BSNL and Railtel was there in the picture of the PM-WANI, but later they came, and they really made a very success story. All the railway stations today they are already connected, and the gap is there. Rail to the road now actually. Rail to road we need to connect, because Railtel is already making the backhaul availability over there, and rail to road we can connect it. And even we identified the source of this all that bus shelters in the country. If we see that in India we are already almost 800 and more districts we are having. Every district's headquarters, every district headquarters to the taluk to the mandal headquarters, if you focus, it is very easy to launch minimum 2 lakhs hotspots. This is good enough for the very big proliferation of the PM-WANI. Aside that, we are talking about that Ministry of Tourism is working. And one more achievement we can say that very recently in Karnataka, we did launch this food and public supplies. There, the ration dealer, he can able to invest, he can become an entrepreneur, and he can start its network facilitation in their rural villages. And coming to the gap again, we can say that more than 40% of the villages are still having the speed internet actually. As Vivek sir already told that what is the gap. The earlier we used to enjoy only 2 Mbps speed, but today even 100 Mbps is also not enough for that households actually. So here the challenges, if we take that PM-WANI challenges, earlier it was the product challenges were there, application stability challenges were. The application is not a big deal now, because very big veterans are there here. Just they made it available now. As far as the product is concerned, product cost we are trying to mitigate now. The product cost should be reduced a lot actually. Even for the outdoor hotspot supposed to be at the cost of 4,500 to 5,000 rupees. If that we achieve now, we can able to make a big proliferation of this PM-WANI. Yeah. So coming to that, actually proliferation, 2 angles we need to consider, because the metros already they are very much digitalization is already done, but the gap is only for the rural and tribal part actually. We need to take the two different directions. We identified the metros as a different segment, and the rural and tribal environments are different segment. We should take this differently. Of course, we are going to make out very soon. This PM-WANI is going to be a big success with all these contributions and the support made by the government. And thank you for the BAF for giving this opportunity to talk with you.
Thank you, Sanjeev ji, for getting this.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. Yes, sir. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, BAF and our TVS, sir. Myself, Ravi Kumar. We are a Class A ISP from Tamil Nadu. Actually, according to PM-WANI, we are in different perspective because we already create our own infrastructure across the state Tamil Nadu. We have our own last mile strength. We almost cover more than 95% geographically, and we are very strong in providing the least line connectivity. That kind of capable infrastructure we are having. Up to last mile, we are connecting the internet through our own L1 fiber. And in the last mile, we are providing solution only through the Wi-Fi solutions. So this is our strength. Now, all our mates are speaking about the good app is available, good equipments are available. I'm strongly telling you, in as far as Tamil Nadu concerned, we are ready to support in backhaul support. But as far as our concern, what we are thinking is we have to take the PM-WANI in different perspective. What kind of it is? We have to we are creating on simple hotspot is not sufficient. Here in tier 1, the requirement is different. Tier 2, the people who are all crossing more than 2 GB download per day is the real target audience for PM-WANI in tier 1 city concern. But in go for rural areas, we have to provide some solutions rather than internet. We have to give some fintech solutions or agri-tech solutions or health tech solutions or edutech solution. This is the most important thing. Then only we have to able to make money out of, because if everyone get benefited in any concepts, then only the people come towards our PM-WANI. In this angle, we are already completed on study in agri-tech solutions. It is in our native district of Namakkal. We are having on agriculture crop, namely called tapioca. It's a cassava. It's a 11 months old crop. It's highly perishable. The price variation is between 5,000 to 25,000 per ton in the period of 12 months because of the demand supply equation. But all the crops are growing only in the 100 kilometers, square kilometer area. So the people who are all cultivating in a 100 square kilometer area, because of the lack of information, they are not at all balancing the demand supply. Now we are started doing connecting the individual Gram Panchayat with our PM-WANI solutions. We are putting on basic CSE pattern computer scanner printer like kind of solutions with one ERP solutions. 2 people are there. One guy is working for this all basic Patta Chitta and the e-Sevas work they are doing. Another one guy collecting data. The people who are all having their land holding capacity and the cropping pattern, whether it is irrigated or a dry land, through that solutions. Now we are identifying that in almost in our area, only 672 sago factories are available. They can able to consume only 14.5 lakh tons of tapioca every year. This is the concept. So if we are going more than the production is increased, automatically the price is getting reduced. Now we are slowly identifying the what is the break-even point. Now we are started telling the farmers, if you are going for additionally, then you will not get the price, and already the existing growing farmers are not also able to get the good price. So this kind of solutions we have to identify in area wise. Then only the PM-WANI automatically will grow like anything. As far as our Infonet concern, in whatever the platform you are having, whatever the solution you are having, we are ready to implement in Tamil Nadu, and we are ready to even individual PDO. We are ready to sign up to 95% service level agreement. The consistent providing the capacity as far as bandwidth concern, as well as the quality of bandwidth concern, everything we are ready to provide. So we need everyone's support. And another one thing from our DOT team, and whenever the government of Tamil Nadu calling us to provide PM-WANI under free of cost, so we have to change our things. So there is another thing we are facing, and another thing, the BSNL side we are requesting in certain areas we need some bandwidth. Actually, now in Erode district, in hilly area, Talavadi, in that area, now we are going to connect through some local CSF and activities to some 50 schools. In the 50 schools, we are going to provide this edutech and health tech solutions. Already the solutions are available with the team. Now we are going to establish the connectivity through PM-WANI. This is our activities now we are going. what they are struggling there to getting the bandwidth to that particular area. The one-time cost is we can able to manage, but the bandwidth we need some BSNL support and all these things we are required in this point. This is my point of view. Thank you so much. I hope I delivered the content I'm having. Thank you so much. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Really heartening to see ISP coming here and and supporting PM-WANI that way. Really good. Thank you. Rajesh.
Hello. Hi, I'm Rajesh. We are an ISP as well as a PDO. I think Ravi touched on a few good interesting points, and we need to understand that we don't have to see it from top to down approach. We have to see it bottoms up approach. That is where we faltered it all these 30 years when we talked about connecting 6 lakh villages, and today we again are talking about 190 villages, 1,90,000 villages to be connected. Surely something is wrong somewhere which is broken, because of which we are not being able to achieve that. So the real aim of PM-WANI, I personally see, is just a mission. It's a mission to reach those people who are not connected yet. I think there are lots of people available on the ground right now who are not connected. The reason is, maybe we have to think radically how to do it, and that can only happen not by just pure technology, but we also need to understand the use cases which need to be there to make it monetizable. If you don't have a monetizable solution down ground floor, you will never be able to get this. Whatever products we can come up with solutions, it will be an end to the product itself. You know, we have seen a lot of rural products like MRR, from the telecom days. Where are those products? They're all gone with the time, because they couldn't survive, because we didn't have maintenance of those products. So that was the biggest challenge of rural. Still continues to be the biggest challenge today. You know, that's the reason you don't see telcos going to the rural side. And we see the churn coming on the customers today. If you talk about customer churn, last 3 months, the urban churn is there because they were all duplicating those customers only. We are not going to those people who really need this kind. So we have been in this mission for last 3-4 years now. Yeah, almost 4 years now. And we started this journey in 2017 from Rajasthan. And we started as a pure Wi-Fi player as such. We set up close to 2,000 Wi-Fi hotspots, both on the Quasi model, where we had both wireless as a backhaul. We took bandwidth from BSNL, gave us support at one point, and from beyond that point, we had to be on our own, because obviously there are challenges of bandwidth delivery as such. And we did touch close to 1.3 million user base across last 4 years in this Rajasthan itself, which was remarkable. And as rightly said by Ravi, each user on the ground has a different use case as such. We are doing one smart city project in Jammu, where the complete use case is different from the wireless Wi-Fi point of view. When you talk about rural, the use case is totally different. Obviously, the biggest use case is entertainment. The biggest guzzler right now still continues to be entertainment. We may talk about fintech, we may talk about agri-tech, we may talk about edtech itself going there. Obviously, and we saw during the COVID period what really ramped up. I think the major 80% downloads were OTT itself, which is the reality. Now, is there money to be spent there in rural market? Yes, there is money there to spend. But do they have the solution which we can offer them? We don't have. I think this PM-WANI can be a game changer by all means. You know, it's not just being a pure Wi-Fi kind of an approach, but also a kind of an approach for them to take it from road to home. And that is what we all want, because at the end of the day, the services cannot be only on road. It has to be in the homes. And I think this PM-WANI has to be ruggedized in terms of the offering on the ground, which can take a hard solution into the homes through a fiber. And that is what we all are working on. As ISP, we are working on that direction. As PDO is bringing in PDO, which we call them retailers, they're coming on ground on that aspect of it. And we are trying to create some creative models for them to for them to earn. It's not pure selling internet 10 rupees, 20 rupees, or 50 rupees back. That won't make big business case of this. We have to start thinking radically. I think one of the use cases I can share with you, which we tried out in Rajasthan, was tying up with companies like Lal Lab, Nestle, and all that to launch their products. I still believe this mobile is a very strong tool. We're spending so much of money on the hoardings. I think we should push governments, state governments, to start advertising through mobiles. and use this PM-WANI as a good platform for using their all those services. And if you want to give it free, you can give it free. Post free data consumption, they can pay for it, and people are ready to pay for it. So that kind of a model can be looked at it. The second big use case which you will start seeing is, I think, with 5G coming in and all that, people don't have money to spend on 5G in rural areas. Be it on first on the, let's be on real platform. First, metro should be fully connected. Then we talk about rural. So where do we get that high-speed data for them? If you have PM-WANI there, use them as a very strong backhaul for the downloads. And I think BSNL should step forward on that. Tie up with all these people who are there already with their Wi-Fi hotspots, which are already 6G kind of a compliant. Because I can give a speed of one gig on my Wi-Fi hotspots, which are there on the ground as such. And that can be a good offload solution. Obviously, there are challenges in that, as I think my friend Srinivas talked about. Two important use cases I think CDOT should be really looking at, and that is what it is. Cheap, sir, hotspots are available everywhere. You can do the testings and compliances. Two things are very critical for success of any kind of a solution. One, roaming, because you need people for data roaming if you are talking about offload to go forward on that. And second important aspect is, when you talk about offload, you need to have billing platform as a common platform, because people will not open up with everyone with the APIs. So there has to be a central node where the billing integration can happen. Like if it is Airtel, if it is Vodafone, or if it is Jio, or it is BSNL, how do the data consumption settlement happen? So somebody else has to be here. Cannot be me, it has to be somebody else in the center who can act like a registry. Like you talk about, central registry. Similarly, you need to have a billing registry for the offload feature going to come in. Because otherwise, offloads will not open. Airtel and Vodafone of the world will not open their APIs for any ISPs or any PDOs for that matter, in terms of sharing the data, in terms of how the billing is happening. So these are a few things which I feel would make this much more stronger as we move forward. Some of the comments like that.
Rajesh, very insightful comments. Amarjit.
We have been doing this Wi-Fi management for business since last 10 years. The 1.5 years back, we started building the components for PM-WANI Wi-Fi. And till now, we have around 1,000 videos, helping around 20 aggregators with the same technology that we are using for hotspot management. And second thing is, मुझे लगता है कि मैं सबसे छोटा हूँ यहाँ पर, तो शायद मेरा एक्सपीरियंस थोड़ा कम है। और एक्चुअली यहाँ पर सभी लोगों ने डिस्कस किया है कि क्या चैलेंजेस हम लोग फेस कर रहे हैं ग्राउंड लेवल पर। तो हम लोग ये इसको एक मिशन की तरह देख रहे हैं, ना कि बिजनेस की तरह। हाँ, अभी के लिए ये एक मिशन है, लेकिन बाद में कैसे हम इसको एक बिजनेस मॉडल में कन्वर्ट कर पाएं, ये सबसे बड़ा चैलेंज है। हम लोगों को ये जो चैलेंजेस है, हमने सोचा है कि कैसे हम इसको ओवरकम कर पाएं। जैसे कि ये एक सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट का स्कीम है, हम सबको पता है कि सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट का स्कीम है, लेकिन ये प्रोडक्ट बेसिकली एक सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट का प्रोडक्ट है। लेकिन ये एक ऐसी कंपनी है जिसने एक प्रोडक्ट बनाया है और अभी तक खुद को बेच नहीं पाया है। मेरा कहने का मतलब है सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट के जितने भी ऑफिसेस हैं, हॉस्पिटल्स हैं, कहीं पर मैंने तो आज तक, मतलब अभी तक तो मैंने PM-WANI का इम्प्लीमेंटेशन उस मतलब स्केल पे नहीं देखा है। तो अगर एक कंपनी खुद को ही नहीं बेच पा रहा है अपना प्रोडक्ट, तो हम लोग गांव में एक नॉर्मल पीडीओ को कैसे बेच पाएंगे, क्या कहकर बेचेंगे? और इसके लिए हमको गवर्नमेंट सपोर्ट की ज़रूरत है। हमको गवर्नमेंट से परमिशन चाहिए कि हम लोग उनके प्रेमिसेस में PM-WANI को इम्प्लीमेंट कर सकें, ताकि गांव से हो या फिर शहर से हो, जो भी ऑफिस जा रहा है, हॉस्पिटल जा रहा है, या फिर आपका रेलवे स्टेशन, मेट्रो जा रहा है, या फिर एयरपोर्ट जा रहा है, वो PM-WANI नाम के साथ एक फैमिलियर हो सके, उस प्रोसेस के साथ एक फैमिलियर हो सके कि PM-WANI एक चीज़ है जिससे कि हम लोग वाईफाई से कनेक्ट हो पा रहे हैं, और इसको हम अपने गांव में भी इम्प्लीमेंट कर सकते हैं। लेकिन सबसे बड़ा बैकऑल ये आपका इंटरनेट बैकऑल ही है। मतलब इंटरनेट हर जगह पर अवेलेबल नहीं है, ये सबसे बड़ा प्रॉब्लम है। PM-WANI अभी तक क्यों उस स्केल पर नहीं जा पा रहा है। तो हम लोगों को 3 फेज में ये करना होगा। हम लोग स्टार्टिंग में ये बोल रहे हैं कि हमको रूरल में, रिमोट एरिया में वाईफाई देना है, वहाँ का लाइफस्टाइल चेंज करना है, जो कि पॉसिबल नहीं है आज के सिनेरियो में। आप गांव में बहुत कम ऐसे गांव होंगे जहाँ पर इंटरनेट अवेलेबल है। तो अगर इंटरनेट ही नहीं है तो PM-WANI कैसे जाएगा? तो हमको 3 फेज में करना है, जो हमारा पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू है। फेज 1 में हम लोग क्या करेंगे कि आपके जितने भी टायर 1 सिटीज हैं, तो वहाँ पर गवर्नमेंट के परमिशन लेके वहाँ पर गवर्नमेंट के ऑफिस में या फिर गवर्नमेंट के जितने भी सर्विसेज है, बेसिकली गवर्नमेंट के अंडर जो भी आ रहा है, आपका टूरिस्ट स्पॉट हो गया या फिर आपका एम्स हो गया, तो वहाँ पर PM-WANI को इम्प्लीमेंट करना है। और देन हमको सेकंड फेज में जाना है, हमको आइडेंटिफाई करना है कि ऐसे कौन से रूरल एरियाज हैं जहाँ पर इंटरनेट अवेलेबल है। तो पहले हम सेकंड फेज में उनको टारगेट करेंगे कि जहाँ पर है तो वहाँ पर गवर्नमेंट को हमको एक सपोर्ट देना होगा कि हमको एक डिस्काउंटेड प्राइस में इंटरनेट मिल सके। नॉर्मल प्राइस में अगर मिलेगा तो नॉर्मल वीडियो जो ग्राउंड लेवल में जो पैसा इन्वेस्ट कर रहा है उसको क्या मिलेगा? अगर मैं नॉर्मल कंज्यूमर मैं भी 200 रुपए दे रहा हूँ और एक वीडियो भी 200 रुपए पे करना है सेम इंटरनेट के लिए, तो फिर वो पैसे कैसे कमाएगा वहां से? तो गवर्नमेंट को एक स्टेप लेना होगा कि उनको एग्रीगेटर के थ्रू हो या फिर टेक्नोलॉजी प्रोवाइडर के थ्रू हो, एक डिस्काउंटेड प्राइस में आपका इंटरनेट मिल सके। तो ताकि क्या होगा कि वीडियो का भी एक कॉन्फिडेंस आएगा कि हाँ मैं इससे कुछ इनकम कर सकता हूँ, क्योंकि एंड में वो आपका इन्वेस्ट कर रहा है पैसा पूरा सॉफ्टवेयर के लिए, हार्डवेयर के लिए, टेक्नोलॉजी के लिए, जो भी है, तो एंड पैसा तो वही इन्वेस्ट कर रहा है। नेक्स्ट देन हम लोग टारगेट कर सकते हैं Tier 3 सिटीज, जो सिटीज बोल रहा हूँ, सॉरी, गांव में, जो कि टोटली वहां पर इंटरनेट नहीं है। तो वहां पर हमको गवर्नमेंट का सपोर्ट क्या चाहिए कि गवर्नमेंट एक सपोर्ट सिस्टम हमको प्रोवाइड करे, या फिर हम खुद ही ISP बन जाए। अगर हम खुद ISP बनना चाहते हैं, अगर एग्रीगेटर खुद ISP बनना चाहता है, तो उसको एक सपोर्ट मिलना चाहिए कि वो खुद कैसे ISP बन सकता है और गांव में कैसे वो पहुंचा सकता है। क्योंकि अगर हम लोग रियलिटी की बात करें तो बस ISP बन जाना मतलब इंटरनेट का सोल्यूशन नहीं है, क्योंकि हमको अगर 10-15 या फिर 20 किलोमीटर मतलब केबल लेकर जाना है तो हमको इलेक्ट्रिसिटी डिपार्टमेंट को भी पैसे देने होते हैं। यहाँ पर ISPs हैं तो उनको पता है कि हमको इलेक्ट्रिसिटी डिपार्टमेंट को भी पैसे देने होते हैं। तो हमको टोटल ओवरऑल कैलकुलेशन करना होता है कि कितना हम लोग इन्वेस्टमेंट कर रहे हैं और हम कितना उससे मतलब रेवेन्यू जनरेट कर रहे हैं। अगर मैं 2000 रुपये इन्वेस्ट कर रहा हूँ महीने का और मेरा 500-1000 रुपये का रेवेन्यू निकल रहा है, तो शायद मैं 1 महीना, 2 महीना, 3 महीना चलाऊंगा, फिर इसको बंद कर दूंगा, तो ये फेल हो जाएगा ये प्रोजेक्ट। तो हम ऐसे हम लोग बस रूरल एरियाज को अभी टारगेट ना करें, क्योंकि ये मेरा ओपिनियन है, पर्सनल ओपिनियन। अभी हम लोग सिटीज को टारगेट करें, क्योंकि सिटीज में आपके, और सिटीज में ऐसे नहीं कि रैंडमली कहीं पर भी लगा दो आपके मार्केट प्लेसेस में। हम लोग वहाँ टारगेट करें जहाँ पर लोगों को जरूरत है वाईफाई की। जैसे कि गवर्नमेंट हॉस्पिटल हो गया, वहाँ पर बहुत सारे लोगों को जरूरत होता है अपॉइंटमेंट देखने के लिए, आज कौन से डॉक्टर्स अवेलेबल हैं, उनको एक एक्स्ट्रा बेनिफिट मिलना चाहिए कि आज वो अपॉइंटमेंट बुक कर सकें, या फिर आज कौन से डॉक्टर अवेलेबल हैं, नहीं है, कौन सा मेडिसिन अभी अवेलेबल है यहाँ पर या फिर नहीं मिलेगा, तो हम लोग उनको हेल्प कर पाएंगे और वो लोग भी जान पाएंगे कि हाँ PM-WANI करके कुछ है जो कि वाईफाई से हमको जोड़ता है, और ये हम लोग एज ए बिजनेस मॉडल अपने गांव में ले जा सकते हैं। क्योंकि वो क्वेरी करेंगे कि ये चीज क्या है, हम लोग वहां पर एक एडवर्टाइजमेंट कोड डाल देंगे कि अगर आपको इनकम करना है, इनकम सोर्स जनरेट करना है, तो आप कनेक्ट मतलब ये वीडियो से कनेक्ट कीजिए या फिर इस एग्रीगेटर से कनेक्ट कीजिए। लेकिन अगर हम लोग डायरेक्टली एक गांव में जा रहे हैं और उसको पता ही नहीं कि PM-WANI वाईफाई क्या है, तो उसको लगेगा कि कुछ स्कैम तो नहीं हो रहा है ना मेरे साथ, कि मैं पैसे इतना इन्वेस्ट कर दूंगा।
थोड़ा सा टाइम लिमिटेड हो।
अच्छा, ठीक है। तो यही है, अभी 3 फेज में हम उसको करना चाहते हैं, तो गवर्नमेंट का सपोर्ट थोड़ा इसमें चाहिए हमको। थैंक यू।
Yeah, sir, just I want to add small thing. As Nano is well said, the problem at the rural deployment of this PM-WANI. I'm putting the best example what we did in just last week only. We launched 2 villages, as I said. We drove that OFC connectivity all the way 15 kilometers. Each village we laid almost 2 to 3 kilometers of the fiber for the 2 villages, and all the way more than 5 to 10 kilometers of this fiber laid from that takeoff point to that village hub point. Actually, this is the biggest pain point. For example, for these 15 kilometers, the money we spent is minimum 4 lakhs rupees to lay the fiber from that point to this point. This is a very big pain point here. Actually, aside the backhaul I'm talking about, even to pilot these 2 villages, we spend more than 4 months of the time. Why? Because nobody is ready to give that connectivity at the takeoff point. We went to the Vodafone Idea and we took the point-to-point connectivity all the way from Delhi to there. So this is the biggest pain point. We are looking from the government support also here, providing this backhaul connectivity, maybe from the BSNL or this, the backhaul connectivity cost. That is one thing. And second thing is some support, maybe some funding support for this connecting this last mile connectivity, that is very much required actually. Even right of way permissions. For example, if we see in the Andhra Pradesh and Telangana, every pole they are demanding up to 15 rupees per pole. This is going to be the biggest pain point, because ultimately the PDO aggregators are the entrepreneurs here, because they are not having that much funding capacity actually. We are not the Airtel, we are not that Jio or big companies here, because the funding part is very much required actually. The government support is very much required. ROW is supposed to be waived off actually. This type of support should be considered here actually. That is what I will request. Thank you.
And the solutions presented by all the people on the dais. One or two points I will make is that GMPSL is here, who is who is listening to all the requirements, and I'm sure he will do something about the connectivity part. And as regards the ROW, the government has done a major initiative with regard to the Gati Shakti portal, and you should use Gati Shakti portal to expedite your ROW permissions. And as regards the reducing the tariffs for the ROW, that also government is very sincerely working on that, and bringing all the states on board, whoever are not already on board. So with that, I hope that all the participants and all the audience and the people on the VC have benefited from this session. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, to you and to all the participants. Thank you, Sai, for very good interaction, I think, and a lot of learnings in the session. Thanks to all of you. Thank you very much.
We'll move to the next session with our chief guest and guest of honor here. May I request Shri Sanjeev Agrawal, Member Technology DOT, to please come on the stage. Shri Ashutosh Sharma, Director General Telecom DOT, please come on the stage, sir. Vivek Narayanji, please continue to be on the stage. I request CEO CDOT, Mr. Upadhyay, Dr. Upadhyay also to come on the stage. And I request Shri TV Ramchandran, President Broadband India Forum, sir, please. Now we heard the entrepreneurs, what they want to continue into the business. Now let's listen to the policymakers. So what help they can do to make to the next business model of the Wi-Fi. I request Shri Ashutosh Sharma, Director General Telecom DOT, to address the gathering. Sir.
So, very good morning and namaskar सबको मेरा. Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, I've got great pleasure to say a few words about Honorable DGT, Shri Ashutosh Sharma, before he comes on the stage. So sorry for this interruption, sir. Shri Ashutosh Sharma is a BTech from Jaipur University and MTech from, he did MTech also from there, and in controls and IIT Delhi in controls and instrumentations. He is an officer of the 1984 batch of ITS and joined DOT in 1986 after a brief service in the private sector. And after having completed probations, he worked in MTNL Mumbai in 88, mostly related to switching system technologies, and then various other posts he has held. He's trained in France, Alcatel for a long time. He has worked as PGM, JTP, ITPC, and head of IT project. He has rolled out many IT projects, including rollout of electronic source plan, ERP planning, and in BSNL all over India, operations and maintenance of CDR system. So he's a very, very highly qualified and experienced engineer. We are very proud to have him today as DGT and very proud and honored to have him here today as our special guest of honor. Over to you, sir.
So thank you, Rama sir, for introducing me. Thank you once again for calling me here and giving this opportunity to say a few words. Yes, PM-WANI is a prestigious, desirable objective of Honorable Prime Minister of India and DOT. We had a session, very good session, I believe, prior to this thing. So before I start speaking, Shri Sanjeev Agarwal, Member Technology, DCC, Shri R.K. Upadhyay, CEO, CDOT, Shri TV Ramchandran, and all the distinguished speakers, members of the industry, colleagues from the government, and delegates, friends and media. So good morning to you once again. As I told that PM-WANI is a very prestigious objective, I should say, not a project. I mean, it's a concept in itself, actually. So somebody says that it's a product or no, it's a concept actually. And it's a very wonderful concept. And maybe we are having some kind of challenges now, but I am seeing it as a great future for India. So I also take this opportunity to say very Happy New Year to all of you. This forum, the 4th edition of Broadband India Forum, where PM-WANI has been taken as a prime discussion or a prime objective. So really we are thankful to you for this. And I believe that once this is concluded, really there would be a very concrete suggestions and solutions to be really taken forward by the government as well as by the industry, by the users as well. You are aware that the data in India has had a very tremendous boon, and it is also going to further, going to have a very great demand in future. So presently, I should say that data demand is very high and the availability is very less. And this PM-WANI can really bridge the gap, as we all know that mobile has its own potential as well as its own limitation, so to say, technology wise or otherwise also. And broadband or data over fiber has its own potential. So definitely PM-WANI has a great future, so to say. Not only this, PM-WANI proliferation will lead to increased employment in small and micro entrepreneurs and provide them with additional source of income. The telecom and internet service providers will also benefit due to sale of bandwidth of video. As you can very easily appreciate that the demand is there, only we have to really manifest it in the terms of use actually. At present, there are about 150,000 PM-WANI hotspots practically working, and registered PDOAs are around 460. Out of them, around 150 PDOAs are active, and 260 app providers registered. Out of them, about 100 are actively in use actually. But the scope is massive. This is nothing. It's a peanut in my opinion actually. Seeing the large geographical and sociological, economical diversity in India, it's a very small figure and there's a long way to go. And those who have taken the lead now, down the line, they will see themselves as a very big player in the future. This is my wish actually. Given the rising demand and upkeep of high data uses along with the price sensitivity of the Indian market, this public Wi-Fi concept, I should say, is a very practical solution. The need of demand or the data. So this is the best way to, this is one of the best way to really cater to the need of the modern digital India, particularly in the rural areas, which requires better means of reliable and affordable connectivity. We see that the video is another very big entity or so to say commodity which is in huge demand in future. And again, Wi-Fi using PM-WANI will be a really great facilitator in this. The government introduced the PM-WANI scheme adequately establishes that Wi-Fi is the most practical way to accelerate broadband penetration in India. PM-WANI policy initiative is the catalyst that would help in achieving the NDCP target of 10 million public Wi-Fi hotspots across the nation by maybe it will take some time. The target is by end of 2023 or 25, but it may take some more time. The PM-WANI architecture enables seamless pan-India Wi-Fi roaming without the hassles of repeated KYC and authentication. This will help increase broadband penetration in a similar manner as Aadhaar and UPI. have done for boosting digital payment and facilitating financial inclusion in the country. It has immense potential as a catalyst for rural economy, activity, and a mass and a means of rural livelihood. And I believe that going forward, this may create a job to the tune of 20 to 30 million. So what I would like to say, and my opinion is that, yes, there are some challenges with PM-WANI. One is in terms of technology. There are some teething problems, or rather we can say that it can be more user-friendly. We can have some more user-friendly technologies. So what I would suggest is to the industry is that we have some more technological innovations so that it becomes more competitive, easy to use. This is number one. Number two, as has been highlighted in the roundtable conference, that we can have some more commercial use cases, which will definitely come in due course of time. But industry as a systematic approach, if they can come out with more commercial use cases, which makes more sense to the PDOs actually, and make it a commercially viable and a attractive solution. This is second thing we can say. And third is that somehow if you make it available, then people will use it actually. And once the people use it, it will be available actually. So it's a kind of, a cycle. So the moment this cycle is broken, it will really say a light of the day in a very, very different way. And I personally feel that yes, it should be a game changer in the data availability to the common public of India. And I wish all the success to the industry and to this PM-WANI scheme. And I am at the end, I am very much extremely excited and delighted to be the part of this forum today. And this is a learning for me also. Many things we will also learn and try to take forward from the learning what best can be done from our side. And really, I feel that some more sessions should happen like this, not only at the country level, but at the state level, where our LSAs can, because we are also very eager at LSA level, we are also very eager to really push it hard. And there are challenges in terms of knowledge, in terms of confidence that whether it will work or not, in terms of commercial aspects. So there are many challenges, technical knowledge, and people think that yes, will it work or not. So some such conferences, and we are trying at LSA level also to promote it. But I would rather request the forum also to really think in this direction, and if some more things can be done at the state level, or maybe at the zonal level, where we can call different LSAs to participate, and we can also invite officials from the state government and from the various stakeholders to really take it forward in a very huge way actually. So potential is huge. Really, we have to work hard to really achieve the target, definitely. And anything new, anything in the initial stage really takes a lot of hard work, and you have to really toil. So maybe at this stage it may be appearing to be a struggle, but definitely if it will be success, and I wish all the best for this. Thank you very much.
We now come to the climax of the session, where our honored chief guest, Shri Sanjeev Agarwal, Member Technology, Department of Telecommunications, is going to give us the benefit of his address after having listened to what I call the magnificent 7 entrepreneurs who are on the round table, and the special guest of honor, and Sri Vivek Narayan. I would like to especially thank him, our chief guest, for having taken time to be with us today and give us the benefit of his direction and guidance. A few words about him. He is an ITS officer of the 1984 batch, and he joined in 1986. He's responsible for the implementation of DOT policies in the field. Before joining as member T, he had worked as OSD to member technology and senior DDG in UP West LSA headquarter Meerut. He had active role in procurement of the first 100G optical transport network of BSNL. He had also planned the MPLS TP network for the country for BSNL, besides planning and procurement of other transmission and related equipment and optical fiber. So all this is a core, and all the transmission, he has been a great power, and that's going to help us in the Wi-Fi area in our requirements. He has worked in many fields of communication, telecommunications, like installation of electronic exchanges, operation and maintenance of electronic exchanges, and other areas. Without much ado further, I will not stand between you and the chief guest. I invite Shri Sanjeev Agarwal to please come and give him a big hand.
Thank you, Ramachandranji. My colleague and friend, Sri Ashutosh Sharma ji, Dr. Upadhyay from C.Dot, TV Ramachandran ji, all dignitaries on dais, and all the dignitaries present here in this gathering, all the members of industry, colleagues from my own department, delegates, attendees, and friends from media, ladies and gentlemen. A very good morning to all of you once again. First of all, I would like to thank BIF for inviting me here and I have been able to witness such a nice talk of distinguished guest on in the previous session. That was very encouraging and very heartening to listen to them. They have been doing in the field for a very nice work, and there are certain challenges which you have mentioned. We try to address all of them and try to see that proliferation increases. And this event is very useful and significant, as DOT is looking forward in several ways to bring about the digital inclusivity in the country. Urban density for internet connection is 103 versus the rural connectivity of 38. So this is giving us a opportunity gap also. Although there is a gap, but this is an opportunity to increase the density of broadband in rural areas. So PM-WANI is one of the solutions for that we'll discuss. We have already discussed in the morning. And another silver lining is that the growth of FTTH in the rural area is close to 100% per month. So this is another silver lining where FTTH growing is going to help us in deployment of Wi-Fi, the PM-WANI based. So we are committed to bridge the digital divide, and we believe the PM-WANI public Wi-Fi hotspot is a significant step in this regard, especially low in tariff for the key for the poor. And this has been successfully shown by many PDOs in densely populated lower income group also. So we have to identify how to go about this scheme and in the first session, we have seen there are many success stories and very recent use of PM-WANI by the WiFi during the industrial exhibition at Hyderabad. It's very encouraging. There was no connectivity and the people were not able to use anything. They wanted to have a money transaction. There was nothing to do that. They'll have to, I mean, the purchaser will have to go to some ATM, take out the money and then give it to the seller. But deployment of PM-WANI hotspots in the exhibition area, that has facilitated almost everything. So that was the kind of requirement which the PDOA could see and deploy their network there. And most probably, I feel that it would have been profitable for him during that period. So this kind of use case we'll have to see, and it will be different for different areas. It has to be seen how it can be utilized and how it can be proliferated. With the number of PM-WANI APs, like total, we are talking about 1,44,000. It's very low compared to the target of 1 million or rather 10 million. So this gap is to be filled, and this gap also gives us the opportunity here. So we have also heard many other success stories during the conference. Vivek Narayan, DDGDS, has already stated about main steps being taken to promote PM-WANI. Government is also making efforts at policy level to promote PM-WANI. Recently, USOF through BSNL have started Bharat Udyami scheme, wherein FTTH connections are being provided in rural areas. So once there is a deployment of FTTH, that can also lead to increase in PM-WANI hotspots in those areas. So we should look forward for that. And DOT has also made specific efforts to very closely monitor the implementation and rollout of the scheme by deputing one joint secretary level officer from all the telecom headquarters of each state. So we are committed to do all these things. In the morning, we had some brilliant ideas, like as Mr. Sai said, for monetization, one of the important factor is increase the footprint. So that increase in footprint will give back to us the momentum to deploy more hotspots, more PM-WANI PDOs, and PDO will start gaining out of that. There has to be some innovative solution also, because as we know, we have seen from the feedback we got that whenever there is a free Wi-Fi, up to that period, 15 minutes, 30 minutes, which PDO is giving, after that people do not use that. So, and why don't they use that? Because after that it is being charged. So use before and after, there is a gap. To fill this gap, I found one, as Ravi Kumarji said, we'll have to provide some solutions. If we can provide some solution, probably it can be fintech, agri-tech, or anything, even infotainment, and probably if you can tie up with the local grocery shop for his advertisement also, probably that can be thought of. So we'll have to give some value addition to the PM-WANI hotspot so that it is further used even after the completion of free period that is being used by the public. So I am sure with the efforts of all of us, PM-WANI will be quite popular and will be effective in bridging that digital divide. So with this, I'll thank you all, and thanks BIF for once again for calling me here. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir. Before we move, Sanjeev Agrawal, Member Department of Member Technology Department of Telecommunications, the Ministry of Communication, to present the mementos to the panelists in the morning. Shri Rajesh Kaul. Sanjeev Kumar. Sumit Garg. Sumit Garg. No, he's coming, he's coming. Ashok Mitra, next. Ashok Mitra. Srinivas Gudipudi. He's also online. Okay. Ravi Kumar. And Sai. Sai is online. Okay. I call Srinivas. Srinivas is not here. I call. Thank you, sir. Now, may I request Shri T.V. Ramchandran to present the mementos and to the sampling to the chief guest, Shri Sanjeev Agrawal. And the mementos, sir. Then to Shri Ashutosh Sharma ji, the DG Department of Telecom. Sir, the memento. Dr. Upadhyay, CEO C. Dot. Doctor, thank you very much. Then to Shri Vivek Narayanji, DDGDS, Department of Telecom. On behalf of BIF and Bharat Exhibition, I would like to thank the chief guest and the guest of honor and the session chair and to the guest of honors for coming to this event of 4th Wi-Fi India. We'll have a quick break. The next session chairman, Shri Vivek Dua, GM BSNL, is already here, who will be telling us how much PM-WANI has been installed in BSNL, as I saw member T was saying. So we'll be listening to him and other delegates on the next session. So we'll have a quick 10 minutes break. Meanwhile, sir, the 6G is going to happen on 9th and 10th of May in the same, in Delhi. It will be at Hotel Lee Meridian, sir. May 9th and 10th will be the 6G conference, sir. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
The changing dynamics of our technological needs have put internet and products in the center of our lives, wherein we all are heavily dependent on it for our day-to-day needs. And Cybertech is the name that has taken the responsibility to fulfill its basic requirements by manufacturing best quality and cost-efficient optical fiber network and surveillance products in our own country, making it a pioneer among its competitors. A dedicated team of researchers is responsible for constant improvement in design and development of products at Cybertech. And Cybertech Innovations is not only restricted to boardrooms, but thrives on the manufacturing floor, where a team of more than 800 employees are committed to make it a leading company in this industry. Separate set lines, automated systems, perfectly level and precision, and expert inspections at every level help them create an ecosystem where customer needs, fast supply, and turnkey solutions all are catered with these. All the processes of manufacturing, right from selection of raw materials, work SMT line, manufacturing, job testing, mat testing, assembly to packaging, and delivery of goods are meticulously done so as to maintain all international standards, making it a name that can be trusted with quality. The culture of manufacturing, design, and innovation at Cybertech has not only helped in securing a name in the industry, but has also contributed to the economic growth of the nation. Under the vision of Make in India, Cybertech is dedicated to create an environment where the ideal of can be achieved.
Wi-Fi database, implementation, session 2, इसमें इंदम और 4 और 5 कॉपी करते हैं। एक दो हो गई, 2 हो गई, 4। ये पुराना प्रोग्राम क्यों है तेरे पास? नया दिया था तुमने मैंने। इससे सीजन का चला नहीं भेज पाते थे कुछ। नंबर 1 जीवन नंबर 2 शैलेंद्र सर नंबर 3 पे जो है वो उसकी स्पीच देंगे। एकदम लास्ट नंबर 4 ऑलरेडी है, नंबर 5 एकदम जल्दी हो गई। ठीक है, ये सेशन पूरा हो गया। चेक कर लेता हूँ।
Arindam Das, people. Very good presentation. On to नहीं है ना ये सर अरविंद को सामने स्टेज पे भेजना अरविंद को स्टेज पे भेजना हाँ भाई हाँ
The changing dynamics of our technological needs have put
बोल भाई बोल
and related products in the center of our life, wherein we all are heavily dependent on it for our day-to-day needs. And Cyrotech is the name that has taken the responsibility to fulfill its basic requirements by manufacturing best quality and cost-efficient optical fiber network and surveillance products in our own country, making it a pioneer among its competitors. A highly qualified, dedicated team of researchers is responsible for constant improvement in design and development of products at Cyrotech. At Cyrotech Innovations is not only restricted to wood, but thrives on manufacturing floor, where a team of 800
ये 5G सिटी है
make it a leading
ठीक है और ये हमारे नॉर्मल एक्सेस पॉइंट जो PM-WANI कंप्लायंस जो वाईफाई 7 वाले हैं और अपना वो
precision and expert inspections at every level help them create an ecosystem where customer needs, fast supply, and turnkey solutions all are catered with ease. All the processes of manufacturing, right from selection of raw materials, working on SMT line, wave soldering, bomb testing, back testing, assembly to packaging, and delivery of goods are meticulously done so as to maintain all international standards, making it a name that can be trusted with quality. The culture of manufacturing, design, and innovation at Cyrotech has not only helped it secure a name in the industry, but has also contributed to the economic growth of the whole nation. Under the vision of Make in India, Cyrotech is dedicated to create an environment where the idea of Atmanirbhar Bharat can be achieved. changing dynamics of our technological needs have put internet and related products in the center of our life, wherein we all are heavily dependent on it for our day-to-day needs. And Cyrotech is the name that has taken the responsibility to fulfill its basic requirements by manufacturing best quality and cost-efficient optical fiber network and surveillance products in our own country, making it a pioneer among its competitors. A highly qualified, dedicated team of researchers is responsible for constant improvement in design and development of products at Cyrotech. Here at Cyrotech, innovations is not only restricted to boardrooms, but thrives on the manufacturing floor, where a team of more than 800 employees are committed to make it a leading company in this industry. Separate set of lines, automated systems, perfectly blend with manual precision and expert inspections at every level help them create an ecosystem where customer needs, fast supply, and turnkey solutions all are catered with ease. All the processes of manufacturing, right from selection of raw materials, working on SMT line, vein soldering, bomb testing, mat testing, assembly to packaging, and delivery of goods are meticulously done so as to maintain all international standards, making it a name that can be trusted with quality. The culture of manufacturing, design, and innovation at Cyrotech has not only helped it secure a name in the industry, but has also contributed to the economic growth of the whole nation. Under the vision of Make in India, Cyrotech is dedicated to create an environment where the idea of Atmanirbhar Bharat can be achieved.
नहीं, मैंने यहाँ रखा था. May I request all the delegates, please take your seats. We are already half an hour late. Our lunch will be too late. May I request all the delegates, please take your seats, and those who are standing outside, please come in. Maybe you can come with your cup of tea.
In the center of our life, wherein we all are heavily dependent on it for our day-to-day needs. And Cyrotech is the name that has taken the responsibility to fulfill its basic requirements by manufacturing best quality and cost-efficient optical fiber network and surveillance products in our own country.
May I request those who are standing outside, we'll have a discussion during the lunch break. Please join us.
A highly qualified, dedicated team of researchers is responsible for constant improvement in design and development of products at Cyrotech. Here at Cyrotech, innovations is not only restricted to boardrooms, but thrives on the manufacturing floor, where a team of more than 800 employees are committed to make it a leading company in this industry. Separate set of lines, automated systems, perfectly blend with manual precision and expert inspections at every level help them create an ecosystem where customer needs, fast supply, and turnkey solutions all are catered with ease. All the processes of manufacturing, right from selection of raw materials, working on SMT line, wave soldering, bomb testing, back testing, assembling to packaging, and delivery of goods are meticulously done so as to maintain all international standards, making it a name that can be trusted with quality. The culture of manufacturing, designing, and innovation at Cyrotech has not only helped it secure a name in the industry, but has also contributed to the economic growth of the whole nation. Under the vision of Make in India, Cyrotech is dedicated to create an environment where the idea of Atmanirbhar Bharat can be achieved.
We're just waiting for the chairman. Is having a cup of tea. So yes, the chairman is here. Ladies and gentlemen, this session on 5G and Wi-Fi 6, key drivers for connectivity and business. The session will be chaired by Shri Vivek Dua, General Manager CFA Bharat Sanchar Nigam Limited. Ladies and gentlemen, please give him a big hand. He is going to chair the session. The distinguished speakers in this session are Shri Jain Mandal, Group Leader C. May I request Mr. Jain Mandal to come on the stage? Jeevan from Geo Platform, Shailendra Singh from Sheldar, Arindam Das, TP Link, Anand Chandel from Railtel. Shri Vivek Dua ji, over to you.
We'll have a
good interaction. That's what I am expecting. Not just the speakers telling what they want to tell, but the audience equally participating. So as to see that there is a genuine benefit of what all is happening here. Thematically, it's 5G and Wi-Fi 6. That's what we talk about. And we have eminent speakers for this program. मुझे आपसे अगर सिंपल सवाल करना है कि आपको 5G पसंद है कि Wi-Fi 6 पसंद है? पहला जवाब है दोनों। और जवाब 5G पसंद है। और बताइए। आगे बोर्ड वाली बात है। अभी मैं बोलूँ 6GB आ रहा है, मुझे वो भी चाहिए। कुछ चाहिए। सॉरी। नहीं, ओरिजिनल तो देखिए वैसा है, वो तो फिर एक इमेजिनरी प्रोडक्ट हो जाएगा। अभी आपके सामने जो प्रोडक्ट रखे गए हैं उनको से बताइए। क्योंकि इन्होंने ना जो मेरे साथ बैठे हैं सभी इनको यूज केसेस बताने हैं आपको। पहले आपका एंटेना, आपका रिसीवर अगर ऑन होगा तो सुनने के लिए, इसलिए मैं थोड़ा सा उसका इग्निशन ऑन कर रहा हूँ कि आपको 5G चाहिए, आपको Wi-Fi 6 चाहिए, या आपको वो कह रहे हैं और रिलायबिलिटी ज्यादा हो, स्पीड ज्यादा हो, ऐसा कुछ चाहिए। वेरी गुड, वेरी गुड। ये कह रहे हैं कि आप ये सवाल ही गलत है कि जो आप पूछ रहे हैं ये चाहिए कि वो चाहिए, सब हो ही नहीं सकता, दोनों ही चाहिए, वही बेहतर है। So I think there are a lot of combination and combinations on the access network which are happening today. These are the two products that are put for discussion today. But there are a number of things which we also have been experimenting. The whole industry has been experimenting to see how unconnected can be connected. And beyond the connectivity, is a larger word which demands the high-speed connectivity as the underlying hygiene factor. Today we talk of metaverse, the avatars, right? तो आप अवतरित तो हो नहीं सकते अगर आपके पास हाई स्पीड नहीं है। आपको अगर मेटावर्स में अवतरित होना है तो आपको 5G या Wi-Fi 6 या ऐसा कोई दरवाजा चाहिए जिससे गुजर के आप मेटावर्स में अवतरित हो। Am I right or wrong? तो आपके जो आज अवतार आपके फेसबुक पे घूमते हैं, आप ही का अवतार इंस्टाग्राम पे घूमता है, आप ही का एक अवतार लिंक्डइन पे घूमता है, तभी आपके ही अवतार है। One personality is living in a multiple avatars to all these platforms. And the way you look at these platforms today and the way you will look 5 years from now will be entirely different. It will be a total human interaction in the metaverse. And then the connectivity which we are talking today will be the key hygiene factor. So, बोल रहे हैं ना कि रिलायबिलिटी चाहिए, अपटाइम चाहिए, सब चाहिए, क्यों चाहिए? कि आप मेटावर्स में तो किसी के साथ हेलो हाय करके पार्टी कर रहे हैं and suddenly it turns off. तो हाथ से ग्लास भी गिरेगा और सारा नशा भी उतरेगा। You don't want that to happen. You want the party to continue with metaverse, right? So a lot more you will hear from my friends. I was just to put an introduction of how important the connectivity is. And beyond that, there's a wonderful word that all of us are going to experience in the near future. So let me start with the introductions. I think you give it 5 to 7 minutes to present their thoughts. And then I would request the audience to be please be participative. I hope the organizers can keep some prizes for good questions also. Because unless there's a game being played, I don't think the participation happens in a good manner. So my first speaker, my friend Jayant Mandal, he's from CDOT. We were half an hour back talking about how to enable IPTV in the NHS. So one good thing that you probably have heard from member technology already is one program called BharatNet program, where what we are doing as BSNL, we have the last mile partners. To them, already we did some 27+ lakh connections countrywide. And now in the BharatNet utilization program that has been entrusted on BSNL, we're trying to leverage on those same
partnership program, which we run largely into urban, but now the rural we are mobilizing. Through them, the last mile partner will connect the home on a FTTH connection, and the partner is paid a capital incentive to put through that connection, and customers should be charged zero, right? So it's a government program where they want to enable every home with a FTTH or a Wi-Fi on the top of that FTTH. And we were assigned a target of 1 lakh for a span of 3 months, which is October, November, December. We also took 15-20 days time to re-engineer our IT system so that the capital incentive gets paid out timely, because that's very important. The rotation of money is the key thing. And within 2 months, which is November and December, we could do 1 lakh homes. That's the great part about the whole program, because of the last mile partners that we have. So now we are seeing that once we have enabled the home with FTTH strong, the next thing that somebody said in the initial session is the entertainment part. So entertainment happens to be the key requirement with the consumer today. And if you enable them with the TV thing, then probably you have made the right business case for the survivability of that FTTH community or the fiberization that you created, so that in a Gram Panchayat level, if you have 50 odd homes with a genuine ARPU of 500, my last mile partner will continue to serve that community. So we are looking at IPTV solution with a good 100 Mbps and then tons of GBs at a price point of 500. And that's what I was asking Manjuti, that how do you see that your technology, because they have done some good work on the downlinking and the IPification of the content, and then to further stream it to the users. So they have developed the technology, but to scale it to the level that they're looking at, we're just working on that. So with that background, I introduced Jay. So you'll hear from him much more than what I can tell you shortly in my introduction. Then I have Mr. Jeevan. He is from Geo Platforms, and I was speaking to him during the break. So he is working with the industry on the captive Wi-Fi, sorry, 5G solutions. So 5G as a product, you'll see a lot of formats coming out. I asked my brother who is in US, "Tumhare yahan 5G mein kya ho raha hai?" Because everybody is talking 5G, but what are the use cases which really take off in a large format, a large scale, which makes the whole business case, which is the key thing at the end of the day. So he said, "Bhaiya, abhi to घरों के अंदर ना 5G के FWDs लगा रहे हैं." So the US has been on that 5G internet on the cable for a long time. So I visited it a couple of times. 2003 was the first when he had 100 Mbps at that point in time. Today probably 50 gigs only. So he said, "Abhi to FWD का 5G का box लगा देते हैं." That's what they know about the 5G today. And I'm sure in India also you will see a lot of 5G FWDs getting rolled out to the consumers, whereby if you don't have the wired thing put on the home, you have the high-speed aerial signal coming and you are enabled. So Shailendra ji will be the next speaker after him. So Shailendra Singh, who is the co-founder and CEO for Shailendra Telecom, he's again somebody who has experienced the industry for 27 years plus and an expert on the subject for sure. अभी वो बोल रहे थे कि हमारे पास बताने के लिए कुछ है, लेकिन बहुत कुछ है, लेकिन करने के लिए limitations बहुत है. So you always be challenged when the enablement is required at the last mile or the grassroots level. So that's what probably he'll speak to you once he has his turn. Then next will be Mr. Arindam Das. He is GM Solution Consulting from TP Link. And again, he has enormous experience and probably you will experience that once you hear from him. And the fifth speaker for the day will be Mr. Anand Singh. He spoke to me during the break on the Wi-Fi that you see on the railway stations experience. I said my experience has deteriorated, boss. What I experienced on New Delhi station 3 years back as Wi-Fi, it's nothing today what I experienced today. He said, yes, there are challenges because the monetization or the business case itself is struggling. So they have done something, some monetization programs have been carved out, and he's sure that the next 1 year, all those initiatives taking the right shape, you will have much better experience on Wi-Fi at the stations. So that's about the speakers. So may I start with run by turn. Over to Jayapram. So I again urge, I request the audience to please see that you have questions in your mind. That's the only way you can benefit from the speaker. So please jot down your point while he's speaking, and you will get a chance to raise your questions later on.
Thank you, Vivek, and very good afternoon to all of you. Well, I am in this Wi-Fi from last 6-7 years, but today my topic is primarily on the PM-WANI, and the C-dot is whatever the things you are seeing in the central registry or the stack and everything that C-dot is doing. But currently my topic is that the 5G and Wi-Fi 6, because these two words are the new buzzword. 5G, everybody, we are thinking that in the country we will going in 2023, definitely we will going to see the 5G rollout. But definitely the telco operators are targeting the bigger cities, bigger areas for this. And simultaneously, this Wi-Fi 6, as you know, the latest of the Wi-Fi. Earlier that generally Wi-Fi 1, 2, 3, 4, as you know, this is the evolution of the Wi-Fi. Mostly this Wi-Fi 5 is the currently all where you are deploying. And this Wi-Fi 6, as you know, this every evolution or every generation will going to commit you the higher speed. Like the 5G is again is the higher speed, Wi-Fi 6 is again the higher speed. Tomorrow the Wi-Fi 7 will be coming, it's the further higher speed is there. And the thing is that Wi-Fi 6 is again claiming that it will going to at par with the 5G at the user level. User will going to experience the very high throughput, very high speed at the customer. And so mainly, as you know, in the country, the data plan is getting cheaper and people are more habituated with the higher data volume, like this OTT and everything is the need of every house, and everybody is looking for the very good throughput. And that definitely, when we are inside the home, we are always looking for the very high speed, and many service providers have started giving the very good throughput so that we can able to enjoy this high throughput services like the, and the same thing which will going to commit in this 5G technology. The high demand of the speed will be pushed by this 5G technology or the Wi-Fi 6 technology. And the best part is that 5G, Wi-Fi 6, both are going to complement each other. They are not the competing technology. They will be going to complement each other at the last mile, at the access level. Definitely, we will going to use the 5G for the connectivity for the services, and the 5G will be the middle haul and up to this. So this is the both going to compete, complementing each other. And these are the things which will going to deliver. The main delivery of this 5G or the Wi-Fi 6 is the multi Gbps of data rate. That is the expectation from everyone. Similarly, the low latency, as Vivek was telling that we need the services in a very low latency and at almost at the real time, because the tomorrow's the many services are depending on the low latency things. More reliable network we are looking for, that will going to given by this 5G and Wi-Fi 6. And one of the massive network, the network user capacity is getting increases. We need the very high capacity network and the more user handling. These are the few things which is going to be fulfilled by this 5G and the Wi-Fi 6 technology. So due to this enhanced connectivity efficiency of Wi-Fi, we can think of the machine-to-machine communication, device-to-device communication, better quality of services, network virtualization, vehicle-to-everything, which is right now still to come in this country. But yes, these are the things which will going to happen in future once this 5G will come, once this Wi-Fi 6 network will be going to come in the network. And the best benefit, as I know that wherever this once this media will be high speed, once the throughput will there, it will become the potential to the social transformation. You think of any sector, like you think of the education sector, you think of the agriculture sector, a lot of many use cases will going to come up once this network will be available. Once this network will be high speed network is available, we are going to the healthcare, manufacturing, transportation, everywhere we will going to witness these type of additional services. Like if you talk of the education sector, this virtual reality will become the reality for the student. The student will going to learn this AR, VR type of things. There's a lot of reliable and high-speed network is required. That will going to be the reality for the education segment. Similarly, for the agriculture, there is a huge opportunity once this network will be available. This IoT-based sensor, which can going to help the better management of the crop and livestock and everything, that we can think in the education, agriculture sector. Similarly, healthcare, there is you think of anything, remote monitoring of the patient, real-time medical imaging, remote surgery, medical data management. These are the few things which are going to happen once this 5G will come, once this access of the Wi-Fi 6 will become, because these all require the high reliable and the low latency, and that both will going to come with the 5G and Wi-Fi 6. It's a high reliable and low latency network will be there. Manufacturing sector, of course, the new 5G and Wi-Fi manufacturing will be able to, there's a lot of automation will be possible, lot of monitoring of the stock and inventory that can be possible with this in this. And the traffic and traffic management and transportation, that will have the huge opportunity, because nowadays we are talking of the driverless, like as you know in the metro, this driverless metro has started running. Future will be the driverless car will start coming once this network will be there. Everything will be dependent purely on the basis of the most reliable and high throughput network. So this is the Wi-Fi 6. As I'm telling right now, I'm not going to talk much about the 5G. This is the Wi-Fi 6. Wi-Fi 6 is going to commit the very high data rate. It will going to commit up to the 9.6 Gbps of throughput in the 8x8 MIMO. The another advantage of the Wi-Fi 6, it will increase the overall network capacity, because it will going to come up with the new modulation technique, which will going to increase the 4 times of the user handling. Right now in the Wi-Fi 5 maximum, if per radio 64, then it will go up to the 256 simultaneous user handling capacity in the Wi-Fi 6. So that is the biggest advantage. And with the increase of the IoT based devices, we need the more number of user handling capacity. Similarly, it will reduce the latency and it will be very reliable. And the last one is that very big advantage of the Wi-Fi 6, it will improve the power efficiency, because in Wi-Fi 6 there is a TWT feature time, total wake up time feature is there, which will going to reduce approximately 50 to 60% of the power consumption, which will be very beneficial for the IoT based devices and IoT sensor. The power consumption requirement will be less. So these all are the major Wi-Fi 6 experience. And as you know, once the country is going to deploy in the Wi-Fi 6, and Wi-Fi 7 will become the reality by next year. Already some chipset vendors have started giving, and as you know, in the Wi-Fi 7, this will become the commitment of 36 Gbps, theoretical throughput of 36 Gbps. It is very huge. So, thank you. So these all are the things. This Wi-Fi 6 is there, where we are going to get the 9.6 Gbps, and tomorrow by 2024, this Wi-Fi 7 will be there. Many chipset vendors started giving, and many people have started already having the product of Wi-Fi 7. So, and there it is because of the channel bandwidth of 4096 QAM is there in the Wi-Fi 7, which will going to give the very high throughput. And one thing I will just add in this forum, that Government of India is definitely required this 6G delicensing, because the Wi-Fi 6E will become the very useful for the last mile and the point-to-point link coverage and all these things. These are the few Wi-Fi products that I am just showing it. We have the Wi-Fi 5 and 6 product. Thank you from my side. If any question, otherwise I will take it.
I request all of you to please keep your questions pen down, and towards the end of session, we'll have those questions from the audience. Thank you, Jayanti. And I'll just quickly touch upon the healthcare thing that he spoke about, which is 5G or Wi-Fi 6. All of these things, finally, you need to have certain applications which get genuinely benefited, and healthcare is one of those. I recently met a doctor at Vijayawada, where we were there for some IPTV launch. And this gentleman had spent 30 years in US serving US citizens. And because he belongs to one village next to Vijayawada, he has come back to serve his own community. And then he has set up a 300-bed hospital also in the Manipal hospital brand is there. So he was asking me that, Vivek, you are doing good in the FTTH connectivity to the Gram Panchayat of the village. I genuinely look at the improvement in the healthcare segment because of this connectivity. Because he said today you don't need a doctor everywhere. So your conventional thinking is that a primary healthcare center, which is the establishment of government in a rural area, the PHC would demand a doctor to be there for that to be done. Today he said you need just a technician. Why a technician? Because he says now the probes are so smart. For example, your stethoscope. Today you have an electronic stethoscope. So you put that left and right and you can capture the vitals with respect to heartbeat, lungs status and all that. So what it requires, only one technician to be available at PHC, put that probe on the so-called patient or the person and capture the signals, put it back to the main center in the state or city or maybe nationally, centrally. And today, if I ask you, will you take the advice of ChatGPT as a first level advice or somebody who is the doctor who doesn't have experience of even 3 years? Who you would say is more reliable in terms of the advice coming in? Gentleman says ChatGPT and he is already 70 years, I hope. And then this comes from a lot of experience because the people in that age bracket will not give you wrong advice. So he says that ChatGPT advice could be more mature because it carries the mind of thousands of doctors into it with all the experience. So experience means the mind which is working at rate of day and giving you some inference or advice, right? So he says we have AI engines who are good enough with all the expertise. The probe data will reach to that AI engine and the first level advisory will come that you please take this medicine and you should be okay. But for little complex cases, you could have an intervention of an actual doctor to see that the advice is right. So, but that way, the technology with the pipes from 5G or Wi-Fi will certainly enhance the experience of the citizens in a country like India, where there's a huge gap in terms of the service enablement by the government and what is happening today. So thank you so much, Jayanji, and now I request our next speaker for the day. Yeah, over to you now.
Thank you very much. My name is Jeevan, and thank you, Vivek, for moderating the session. My previous speaker did a very good job in terms of highlighting the benefits of Wi-Fi. But there is a normal belief amongst all of us that Wi-Fi and 5G are competing technologies. I want to put it to rest. Because more experience I gain after having a real on-ground interaction with the enterprises that I do, that I normally have on my daily routine, I'm getting to realize that there's no friction between these two technologies, rather they are complementary. Let me give you a few real-life examples which are being adopted by the enterprises today in India. The very first example is SD-WAN fallback option normally happens using 5G. There are very scarce examples of this having been embraced by the enterprises all over the globe. But we have pioneered this in India. If you look at the large enterprise section in India, there are about 12,000 large enterprises who have a turnover more than 50 billion euros on an annual basis. So those enterprises have been using SD-WAN technology, which is powered by MPLS today. But in case something goes wrong, they want a fallback option, and then the 5G comes very handy. So what are we doing? The way we have laid out the 5G architecture in India is very different. It's completely standalone 5G architecture. So what it really means is that my brain is 5G as well as the RAN network is 5G. So there's a lot of coherence in the way we lay out the 5G network. So I'm able to take a P2P link of fiber closer to the enterprises in the first place. Then I'm able to put a 5G outdoor small cell on top of it. And that's beaming on to the enterprise server, which is powered by Wi-Fi. So I put a fixed wireless access at the nearest small cell, and it's able to give a throughput in sub giga Gbps too. And then it's able to connect to the WLAN and the Wi-Fi network within the enterprise. So these two technologies are working together. And there is a chaos monkey exercise which most of the IT companies do. They pull out the other existing, the backbones on which the factories run, and then they see whether this 5G is good enough to sustain the entire load of the factory, and it does. So that's a real example where I had seen these two technologies work very well with each other. That's a very one example I want to share. There is another one, which we had seen in case of Industry 4.0. There's a lot of digitalization happening in the industry today. And the share of the connectivity is very small in that. That's no secret, all of us know it. But it's very pertinent to have connectivity. And the share of Wi-Fi within the industries is very high compared to 5G. 5G is just creeping into the industry today. How do they coexist? Geo Platforms has come up with a product which is a combo radio. So in a single indoor radio, I would have 5G and Wi-Fi 6 supported together. So those packets which are coming from Wi-Fi, either 5 or 6, they're able to latch onto the same radio, and they go to 5G core from there to the LAN. And for the 5G packets, I'm able to route them directly to my 5G core. So that way, the footprint is going down in terms of putting more and more radios, etc. enterprises, because there's a confluence between these two technologies. The third one I have seen is fixed wireless access, and it's really catching up, primarily because connecting the last mile over either fiber or internet is becoming challenging. So what we normally do is, as 5G network, the more and more macros come out in the cities. There is a densification of 5G network which happens. And then supposedly there is a school which needs Wi-Fi today. But laying the fiber to the school is expensive. Then what we are doing is we are putting fixed wireless access on top of the school, which is beaming onto the nearest macro. And it's able to get a decent throughput of sub Gbps. That's good enough for the school. And indoor, it is connecting to the Wi-Fi access point. So both these technologies are working together. And there is a real life example of having connected more than 100 schools in Gujarat using 5G, this air fiber we call, or the fixed wireless access. Similarly, we have connected many primary healthcare centers in Uttarakhand using similar technology. It's really helping. This has been done on 4G earlier, now it's been done on 5G. There are two final examples that I want to give about 5G and Wi-Fi working together in the mobility sector, because most of the use cases of 5G are kind of, they require or kind of attribute of 5G is to support mobility, obviously. Connected ambulance is one good example also, because the vital data of the patients need to go to the doctor in the first 1 hour, and the data is becoming heavier these days. But if you look at an ambulance, there are many elements within an ambulance, including the camera, which is Wi-Fi enabled. So they just need a router there, which is 5G plus Wi-Fi supported router. So as of today, there were 4G routers. Now we are upgrading it to a 5G router. So wherever there is a 5G connectivity, it latches onto the 5G and starts sending that data. And all internal elements are communicating over 5G. This itself becomes an access point. And it's able to connect all the devices within the ambulance. And then it goes to the head end, and doctor is able to get these heavy images real time, almost real time. And if at all we have a white space on the 5G network today, which is very likely because it is just being rolled out, it falls back on 4G. So you're not losing any time. So I think that's one good example. And the last one that I want to give from a mobility use case is the WLAN hotspot within the car. In the US, AT&T has been a torchbearer for this technology. Every car has a WLAN hotspot, but that's been done on 4G. Tomorrow, it will be done on 5G. So I know this panel is standing between you and your lunch, and I can do my bit to reduce that gap. So thank you very much for giving me a chance to be here. I'm happy to take the question.
We can have a question because I think we have too much of speaking from this side, talking to why we are here. So please, one or two questions we can take before the next speaker is there. Sir, please.
Particularly fixed Wi-Fi. So great relevance to India. So what sort of wisdom were you able to found that?
What he said is fiber, he has been doing for 2 years, but anyway, as brothers, we can always take that product to the market. We started here fiber 1.5 years back, and you also have rolled out the brand recently. But yes, it helps the really unconnected people get connected. And why this product is useful is because see, the fiberization demands a certain mass of consumers to be available in a particular geography, let us say 50 odd people, for that business case to exist there, right? Otherwise, the service of fiber will not be possible to the service guy whose monthly expenditure would be something like 10 to 15,000. But the radio technology or the air fiber, which we operate on 5 gig, I think you also do on 5 gig, we are able to connect up to 20 kilometers and run a speed of 50 Mbps up to that distance, right? We have done experiments of 3 to 4 kilometers with 100 Mbps also. So this is a very promising thing, and we have 50,000 plus customers that in last 1 year. And here, because the maintenance is almost zero, only sometimes the line of sight or other disturbances will be there, but it really works well. And I could capture 2 leads during the break to ask me that my village requires this kind of connectivity. You please enable that. So my purpose as a salesman also is to get solved by coming here.
Thank you, sir. Can I have a follow-up on that?
Yeah, please.
Yeah.
I would also.
Yeah. So I think it's a function of the spectrum that one is using, right? Because you have a question.
US now. And technology. That they tried in Malaysia, I think Malawi Island, more than 20%. The same like I said, extremely high. Because wireless fiber connector, wireless fiber.
You're talking about a backhaul, right? Backhaul.
Frequency of that, yeah. We're talking of D-band and E-band is much about that. And that is very unused in India. Can work with lower also.
Sure. You're welcome.
Any other question we have before we move on?
Thank you. Question is to Jayant Mandalji. You spoke about speeds of 9.6 Gbps on Wi-Fi 6, which runs on 5 gigahertz spectrum, correct? Have you actually demonstrated that? Is that working anywhere? Because my understanding is that to get those kinds of speeds, you need 6 gigahertz. And unless and until you get a channel bandwidth of 160 or 320 megahertz, you will never be able to achieve 9.6. That is my understanding. Correct me if I'm wrong.
It is correct, sir. Actually, for that we need the 160 megahertz band, and then only we can able to achieve, because 9.6 is only at the 8x8 micro, and when we can able to use 160 megahertz band, then only we can able to achieve this 9.6. This is the theoretical speed, and as per the 802.11 AX standard, it will provide up to the 9.6 Gbps. Well, for that required we need the 6 gigahertz band, we need the 160 plus 160 megahertz of spectrum, then only we can able to achieve that with 8 cross 8. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Saurabh and I'm from Malkiri. This is not a question, but a observation which was done by BSNL. I've been to a radio business quite some time, and then probably I also run a business in US, also the same radio company. The best part which BSNL started was IR fiber, the name and a game changer. Wireless was already there, fixed wireless was already there. It has to get connected to the common user, that a user will be getting the speed of fiber using air, and the perception that he will be only getting the speed of certain type only in fiber. So making that bridge was definitely a great changer, and it definitely revolutionized the smaller entertainers in the villages where it was very tough to get fiber and to get connected to the home users. They were getting those kind of things in their mobile. The perseverance was not maybe thinking was that radio cannot give that kind of connectivity. And I believe we have been that challenge and broke that and rather built that gap of perseverance and that capability, which is absolutely remarkable. Thank you.
The customer speaks for you with tons of satisfaction. So thank you so much. So we have now our next speaker, Mr. Shailendra Singh. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. We're all cozily sitting in a warm place. Of course, it's not so warm outside. But I'll take you across to the Northeast, which every year I come and remind people about. The Northeast, unfortunately, is quite disjointed with the world here. And I say that because I spent about 25 years of my career based in mostly in Delhi and Gujarat and Bombay. But around almost 10 years ago, I decided to move to the Northeast to try and start services along with RailTel. So we manage the RailWire, which is an ISP as a franchising model of RailTel. And it has been a very interesting experience. In fact, we've been discussing this now about air fiber. We've had a deployment of a 1G radio, 29 kilometers, radiating about 300 Mbps, operational for more than 3 years now in Assam. There it is possible because it's flat terrain. As soon as you move around to the other 6 states, which are hilly states, the entire equation changes. For example, in Arunachal Pradesh, there are areas which are still serviced only by VSAT. And all this 5G, Wi-Fi 6 actually failed completely. Again, we've had the unique experience of actually running our own network. Started off as a wireless ISP in where we were actually doing the FWA as a gentleman from Geo was talking about, but without mobility. It was actually a wireless solution all across with a small cable, Cat 6 at that time, going into the home and servicing enterprises as well. Again, what happened is initially the network, the 4G network in those areas were not very strong in the urban areas. So there was an opportunity for Wi-Fi. So we had deployed in hostels, we had deployed in hospitals and all other places because the mobile network was not so great. Now, again, I think coming from a technology perspective, we talk about Wi-Fi 6 and 5G. I have a completely different take on it. As a country, possibly we did not need to go to 5G. We could have probably gone straight to 6G. And 5G could have only been a private wireless domain. Because ultimately, we will not have 5G in a rural area to service a customer because the cost will be too heavy. There was a lot of talk. In fact, we kept talking about BharatNet and in deployments. But in the hilly areas, BharatNet has not been deployed. We're talking about VSAT. So we have deployed areas where Wi-Fi has to be deployed on a 10 Mbps bandwidth with a 1:10 concentration. So what Wi-Fi are we going to really get there? My attempt really is not to get into the technology piece because I think other speakers have talked about the technology piece, but to actually talk about ground realities, the challenges as an investor, as a business owner,
because we are an ISP in the northeastern states, the challenges that we face, and what we need is answers to those challenges, how we can overcome them. A Jio or an Airtel has learned on 5G to do an FWA. We already did this 6 years ago. We already had FWA customers in the entire same situation. Yes, it was a different type of technology because we were talking about open Wi-Fi or Wi-Fi at that time. Started with 2.4, but 2.4 started getting polluted because there's so many devices radiating 2.4. Migrated to 5.8. So even our backhauls were all 5.8. Then we had to migrate the backhauls to fiber because 5.8 started getting populated. Now we're talking about 6. But the reality still is there is a very large segment of population which still has a 2G phone. The only answer for them is conventional Wi-Fi, because even Wi-Fi 6 needs a completely new device, because the chipset on the Wi-Fi device is still going to be supporting only either 2.4 or 5.8. Lots of old devices still only support 2.4. So in the home, 2.4 possibly is still okay, but it is slowly moving on to 5.8. 2.4 has challenges, and our practical experience says that if you're radiating more than 50 Mbps in a home, 2.4 will not do. You will need at least 5.8 device in those environments. Again, we've had about 400 access points radiating for almost 4 years in parts of the Northeast. We're now trying to migrate that to a PM-WANI architecture, which has been a tough ask. But courtesy Jayant, we're trying to work on a mechanism where we would be able to migrate it to a PM-WANI architecture, because that is already there. I think there are a lot of learning from there. For example, none of our cities have 24/7 power. How do you power the access points? In a mobile scenario of 5G or 4G, you are creating a right infrastructure, but that has a cost associated with it. Jio and Airtel probably can afford it, but somebody who's investing of his own money is a tough ask. Then we always have this fight, and I think somebody in the previous session also mentioned about it, of right of way. So our access points are normally mounted on the electric poles. Now there is a huge battle there. I think Mr. Vivek Narayan did mention that there is PM Gati Shakti, but in these states, PM Gati Shakti has no meaning. There is a document uploaded from the state government, and it is a case in point. In the case of Meghalaya, the state government came out with a gazette. The power corporation refused to accept that gazette. With the result, a cable operator pays 1/10 of what I pay for a right of way on the pole access. And this is not only unique to Meghalaya, this is unique to, I mean, Assam, because of the smart city, they have actually taken up a venture to actually try and listen to the operators and try and work out a mechanism. But I think the more involvement of the state governments and the municipal corporations will help solve these problems. Jio gets away because of the deep pockets, because they can actually put their own poles in the city. But all the others, including Airtel, has to use the electric poles itself. And again, FTTH as a technology or Wi-Fi as a technology has to be above the ground. We don't have the resources as a common duct. It is there in most urban cities in the developed world. Even today, our roads don't have a duct associated with it. I think there was a discussion around 10 years ago that we will work with the Road Research Institute and actually have a specification drawn out. I'm sure people like Indus would actually love to own that duct, because there's so much thing which they can actually go into that duct and can make great money for them. So, I mean, these are points which probably we'll have to start looking at. Today, the Wi-Fi has been, the way Wi-Fi is being deployed is primarily for a sponsored network. So somebody wants to sponsor for a month. So a new cafe has come up. So he does advertising on the landing page. You can actually advertise a static page, or you can do a video. Then an event which is taking place. For instance, we had a couple of years, in fact, 3 years running, gaming competition, and they found Wi-Fi to be the best option because other things failed at that point in time, because we're talking about actual throughput. And again, when we rolled out our broadband as well, we were one of the few players who were committing bandwidth. So we were not doing any contention ratio. We were doing 1:1. So if I was providing 10 Mbps bandwidth, it was 9 to 10 Mbps available. Unlike most other providers who would commit to maybe 5 Mbps or lesser. So again, being a small operator, I think we could make changes in the network and thereby provide the right kind of services, which in a large organization might not be possible. Because it's, and again, I say very clearly, an Airtel or Jio, instead of being one company, if there were 40 companies, the customer would have been far, far happier. I don't have the muscle or the financial muscle to actually support that, but yes, we have the quality support. So a customer calls and we are responding back to him. And I think somewhere down the line, a lot of customers are realizing that they need that kind of support. And that's the reason why people like us still are sustainable. Another thing, because we work with smart cities as well, smart cities now have to roll out Wi-Fi, but they're looking for a sustainable option. Because gone are the days where the central government could actually invest and just let the money be. But I think today, each smart city has to earn the revenue. So there are a lot of applications. For instance, Wi-Fi itself could be used for smart lighting, for prepaid meters. And we are working on certain projects in that nature. And the last thing is, unfortunately or fortunately, the big brands, sorry for me being completely blunt here, in an enterprise space, we roll out enterprise Wi-Fi. Northeast being a very sensitive area, there have been lots of cases where somebody has used the Wi-Fi, sent a message, and from the center, you get a call to that enterprise asking who it is. In an enterprise Wi-Fi, the owner of the Wi-Fi system does not know. So we provide what is called a managed Wi-Fi, which is the way RailTel provides it on the stations or on the airports, where you do an OTP driven. And since we are an operator, we have entire data history. So whoever has used at that particular point of time is notified. You can at least share that data. I think this move of migrating from enterprise Wi-Fi to a carrier class Wi-Fi, even in an enterprise, and I think PM-WANI should actually look at that aspect as well. Because if we have to grow our numbers, particularly in the enterprise, that's a space which would be required. So I think that's all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So you heard from somebody who serves the most challenging territory in the country, the northeastern part, and hats off to him and his team members who serve in that area, because providing connectivity, as BSNL also I see, the northeastern states happen to be the biggest challenge for us. So if the audience have questions for him, please, somebody in the last row, I will give a chance to use that. Yeah, we are giving the mic to you. अभी इन्होंने ना घर में आपको बताया कि 2.5 गिग और ये सब के बारे में कुछ बीच में बोले थे. You could make out what he was telling. आप घर में जब वाईफाई यूज करते हैं तो 2.5 तो नहीं दिखता, लेकिन 5G दिखता है आपको. वाईफाई के ऊपर 5G दिखता है. Have you seen that? It's something really good to understand from a home user standpoint, because he mentioned that. I thought I'll just speak one line on that. If you are using your OTT at home, please see that your Fire Stick or the Android device is connected on the 5G, because this band of frequency gives you more throughput than the lower one. So आपके पास दो access point होते हैं घर में Wi-Fi modem पे, एक normal रहता है, एक के आगे 5G लिखा होता है. 5G means more speed but less distance. तो अगर आपका रूम पास में है modem के तो 5G ही use करिए. Thank you. Yeah, please.
Very transparent and open in giving and highlighting the challenges that we face during conference. On the lines of what Vivek just said, on 2.4 and 5 gigahertz, one point I want to highlight is when the operators highlight or market the speeds, they talk about the 5 gigahertz kind of speed download that any home user might look at, not on the 2.4. That's a very precise thing that I've noticed and I've spoken with certain. But my question is different. So today we sit in India, we talk about the urban teledensity reaching approximately 140%, and the rural one reaching roughly 60%. We are launching 4G, as Honorable Minister has just stated, in 2023, and 5G possibly by March, April next year, 2024. Why don't we directly go to 5G in rural market? Because there's a lot of investment that has to get it. That's point one. And second, why do you think with the less availability of devices for rural market specific, and the kind of rollout which is getting a little sluggish, we will capture this teledensity from 60% to probably, let's say, 100% in next coming years. Because all the applications are pretty important. Whether we talk about connected ambulances, we talk about road-based surveillance or farming or agricultural stuff. But all of these things will only be taken care if the teledensity increases. So these are 2 points which I am happy to have here. Thank you.
Okay, I can speak something from the government standpoint because we, from the government mandate, certainly do something which can serve the rural customers. And the key learnings that from the government, and we have Vivek Narayan sir here, which they have figured out in last 1 year of changes that have happened. PM-WANI is a very big initiative. I talk from the FTTH standpoint. The rural masses need the fiber connectivity for the economy to grow. That's very clear. Now, the pain point or the initial investment which goes into putting through that FTTH connection, that's what also government has figured out. And as I explained in the beginning, the 1 lakh homes which got rolled out, you will see 5 lakh homes getting rolled out in next couple of months. And very importantly, if you see the consumption point, when I started October, BharatNet utilization I'm talking about, we were at 40 GB per user. We reached December at 89 or 90 GB. In January, it is per user 140 GB. Such is the growth of data in the rural masses. And from a connectivity standpoint, again, one important number, we connected almost 18,000 gram panchayat in the 3-month span, which probably means if you multiply by 3, almost 50,000 villages got connected through BharatNet and the FTTH connection at home in a 3-month span. So this whole momentum which is picking up, I'm very sure this year of 2023, you will see a sea change, a big change in the digital enablement of the rural India. That's very sure. Okay, the 5G thing and the device ecosystem building up, probably it may take a little longer, but fiber to the home or the PM-WANI thing, I'm sure you'll soon see 1 lakh villages landmark crossed, and 2 lakh is also not very far. That's my confidence. I'm very sure of that. So we move on to the next speaker. Mr. Arindam Das is there to share his thoughts with you. Go ahead.
Very good afternoon. So basically, myself from TP-Link, we are the equipment vendors, manufacturer vendors for wireless as well as for the optical networks also. So from being working with this company from past 11 years and roaming across the globe, we see that there has been a tremendous growth in the era of telecom as well as the connectivity points in India. And my point is that if you use the 5G and the Wi-Fi together, the output is something that can be a better when it can be utilized together. Now, keeping in mind that how it can be done for the most of the things that we have in India, as we have got some geographical challenges and we are unable to reach most of the populations in India. But somehow on this past some years, we have got a great work done by the telcos and you can say ISPs in India in making the India a very good connectivity point for global, you can say, peering centers. Apart from that, the content delivery network that has been connected in India is providing the ultra low latency data to the customers due to the availability of more and more peers. Now, taking our TP-Link's, you can say, the positions in providing the hardwares to meet these needs, we have been key player for the, you can say, PM-WANI, because we have got the access points that can be worked on the, you can say, open platform where the CDOT you can say stack can be ported up. Apart from that, we can also have our own stack where we can have the PM-WANI stacks can be implemented and it can be directly enrolled. Apart from that, we give the MSP or the portals or the management portals for these access points where you can manage these access points from anywhere in the world. We have got you can say cloud services that can make your access points you can manage from anywhere. Apart from that, we have got some Wi-Fi 6 and Wi-Fi 7 access points that has been positioned in India for the enterprise customers. Wi-Fi 7 is a far longer way, and Wi-Fi 6E is been currently been not licensed in India, but somehow across the globe we are able to sell these products. But in India, very soon we'll be needing that, because with the increase of the you can say data throughputs and using of high channel weights, we are getting very less number of non-overlapping channels. Nearly out of 25, if you're using 160 megahertz, we are only getting 4 channels that can be utilized in non-overlapping conditions. Whereas in normal condition, you have got a 20 megahertz channel apart for 5 gigahertz. So in that you have got many channels, but as the data rates are increasing, so in order to achieve the data speed, if you are using a high channel, we definitely will be needing more and more channels to accommodate the speeds. Apart from that, 2.4 gigahertz is not been used very commonly because it has got some limitations with respect to the data throughputs, as well as the Wi-Fi, you can say the availability of the channels. So for the 2.4, it is a 5 megahertz channel apart. So you can have only 3 non-overlapping channels that can be used together in order to achieve this. Apart from that, we have got some, you can say, devices that can be used for PM-WANI as well as for the enterprise. You can have this access point shown on the screen where we have got Wi-Fi 6E devices as well as the Wi-Fi current devices. So we are having offering these devices from starting from the Wi-Fi 4 and Wi-Fi 5. Now it is the Wi-Fi 6, and you can see the Wi-Fi 6E has got a greater potential compared to the Wi-Fi 6 in terms of delivery. The first thing that will be enhanced in the Wi-Fi 6E will be the currently congesting 5 gigahertz channel also. Apart from that, you will be getting a benefit like as already told, you have got a TWT, then you have got ultra low latency and 1024 QAM. So Wi-Fi 7 is 4 times more stronger than that. It has got a 4096 QAM. Apart from that, you have got a OFDMA that is included into the Wi-Fi 6 and the Wi-Fi 7. And most of the major advantages that has been included in Wi-Fi 6 is MU-MIMO on upload. Earlier, the MU-MIMO only works on download. So everybody knows that is the MU-MIMO, but only works while you download the data. But for the Wi-Fi 6 on the X series, it has been added to the upload. So the data efficiency will be increasing even for the downloads, even for the uploads. But in the Wi-Fi 5, the MU-MIMO only works in downloads. Now, even though for the Wi-Fi 6, we have increased the channel width up to 160 megahertz, sorry. And the Wi-Fi 7, it has been 320 megahertz. So definitely, the speeds that are mentioned like 9.6 Gbps, that are the aggregated speeds that can be achieved from access points. None of the radios, alone radios can achieve that. So that are the good, you can say it is 8 by 8. So you have got 8 number of radios, so there are 8 spiral streams. So that is what it defines on access points, the number of trans receivers that can work together to achieve that speed. So LN1 radio cannot meet that 9.6 Gbps. However, combining the strength of 4 or 5 radios or 8 radios together, that is 1201 into 8, that is 9.6 Gbps that you achieve on access points. On contrary to that, we have got some devices like you can say outdoor devices that can work on a PM-WANI, you can say architecture, where we have got outdoor APs covering around 250 meters to 300 meters on the Wi-Fi 6. Apart from that, these devices are, you can say, having a mesh capability where the devices can be placed apart from each other from 100 to 150 meter and be using a 5 gigahertz backhaul channel to have a radio links. Apart from that, we have got 100% compatibility with radius servers. We have been already used it with some past of the projects in South India with Sterlite. Apart from that, you have got a manageability, because manageability is a challenge for everybody. So here we give a complete manageability on the cloud. And apart from that, you have got a virtualizations also that can be in premises. All the cloud, you can say servers are approved, are hosted on the MIT approved data centers like in Indian territory itself. So there is no issue in terms of compliance from the DOT or as per the DOT guidelines. Apart from that, we have got some offerings from Wi-Fi 7. Still it is a long way, but we have developed some devices that will be supporting Wi-Fi 7, and it will be having like features like multi-RU. So you can use 2.4 and 5 gigahertz both together, because it can have both the bands that can be combined together to achieve more and more speeds. Apart from that, puncture resistance and also high interference, you can say detection and you can avoidance. Like in Wi-Fi 6, you have got a feature called BSS color. So BSS colors does nothing but improves the capacity, also lowers down the interference, because in BSS coloring, the Wi-Fi access points, you can say, identifies the channels by the colors, and thus by they reduce the interference by selecting a non-overlapping channels next to that. Apart from that, we have got some kind of a device that is, you can say, that is a backhaul devices that can be used for one kind of a backhaul system where you do not have any fiber connectivity, or you have got a LAN connectivity that can be utilized. So we have got a point-to-point radios that can be established over a distance of 20 to 25 kilometers, and you can have this radio links together to have a, you can say internet downlinks or any kind of data that needs to be present over there. Apart from that, there is a one device that we have been manufactured that is known as the 5G CP, that will be working as a 5G CP for receiving the 5G signals. At the same time, it will be work as an Wi-Fi 6 access points. So currently, we have been testing this access points in India on a number of you can say telco operators, and hopefully these devices can be game changer for even for the enterprise and even for the home residential units, where the customer will have a single device which can have this 5G connectivity that is already in proven and ultra low latency technology. Apart from that, it will be having a Wi-Fi 6 connectivity for the normal Wi-Fi. So combining both these two things together, we can achieve one of the most things, that is the connectivity. Main foremost important thing is connectivity. Now anyhow we get the connectivity, might be fiber, might be 5G, might be FWP, or might be 4G LT. Connectivity is foremost important, and that is where the TP-Link works to bring the connectivity at any given manner or any devices that can be suitable to achieve that connectivity from a telco node or might be from some other node that can be a source of internet. So for us, we have this portfolio. We are actually the hardware manufacturers, so we have the hardwares that will be responsible for this deployments of PM-WANI, or might be a hotspot, or any kind of smart city architecture that is required to achieve. So anything that we require the solutions from us, we can have the solutions on part of softwares as well as the hardwares, or we might open the hardwares for you to put your own softwares into it.
So if we have one or two questions, yeah, please.
My question to the board, upper 6 gig band,
There's a question for you.
Committee duty to it and take takeaways and try to expedite.
Next, towards the B band, when would that be done?
Both we know and we are aware of it. And I'm not looking to the wireless licensing system, but I take a point, and being the promoter of Wi-Fi, I am after the committee to expedite.
Because the Wi-Fi 6, Wi-Fi 7.
No, I understand. Every time again I'm listening the takeaway, and he told me I have to give me the takeaway so that we actually work on an expedition.
Yeah.
Good afternoon once again. Especially for the TP product range, if we talk about, right, it's a very extreme range is there. Even I have gone through the products. The only challenges we need to understand, because if I talk only on behalf of the PM-WANI at this point of the time. See, where we are facing the problem is, not from TP product is very much there. Product range is very much in there. To understand the product range and the purpose and application, before that we need to connect it. If TP-Link support to do collaborating with the connectivity part also. For example, the ground level we are facing the problem is not to the takeoff to the middleman, the last mile is the challenge. If the TP-Link comes forward to take care of this last mile, takeoff to middle and the last mile connectivity, with collaborative approach, there is a very big volume we can able to make.
Definitely, sir. We can work on that. Currently, earlier some years back, we are only providing the hardwares. for the PM-WANI. But currently what we have done is basically we are supporting to get it ported into this hardwares. Apart from that, we are also been helping to getting integrated to the radio servers or any kind of challenges that comes with the GPI porting, or might be the performance that is related to the wireless. Because what happens is that it is open WRT and it is open source, the drivers that are available in the market. But as an OEM, we have got the actual signed drivers that are from these chips vendors. So we make it available to our partners, we do our vendors where they want to port their, you can say, stacks into these devices. We help them importing in a very efficient way. We team their devices, and we also see to that these things get latched to the backend network very efficiently with a very minimum hassle. So apart from that, we are also working on the OSS BSS solutions as of now. That is on a very trial way, and shortly we'll be coming with OSS BSS solutions with all the things that need to be done under one controller. Definitely by next quarter we'll be having 100%, you can say, solution that can be achieved with a single vendor itself.
Next question actually is a simple basic question again.
Yeah.
The thing is, the challenge here is again connectivity. Challenge is again only connectivity. If the TP-Link is having collaborative approach with the operator section. For example, if I take one particular location, that particular location, one operator will have the very good footprint of the optical fiber or other connectivity. If I go to another location, other operator will have the connectivity. There will other operator, other 2-3 operators will not have that much connectivity over there. So we need to have a collaborative approach to start from the scratch with the operator. As far as the connectivity OFC is taken into the consideration. If we start working on the touch stitching part, then only we can able to reach the ultimate objective or the goal.
For that, actually, as we are the hardware vendors, we do not have control over the telcos and even the ISPs in India. Even though we cannot reach to that, because that is something is a very different, you can say, way and a different vertical, and that is something where as a manufacturer we only can supply the hardware. But however, the equipments that will be needed to connectivity with that things we can provide, but it totally depends upon the.
Sorry, our big brother is already here, BSNL. That is the reason I am.
मेरे को बहुत हलचल दिख रही है महफिल में, तो इसलिए हम चाहते हैं कि अभी लास्ट स्पीकर के लिए भी थोड़ा लोगों में सांस बचा रहे, ये ना हो कि टूट कर लोग बिखर जाए. So we request your attention for next 15 minutes before we break for the lunch. So I request the next speaker, Mr. Anand.
Good afternoon, all the speakers sitting on the dais and all the audiences. Railtel has done Wi-Fi in 6108 station in last 6-7 years, and more than 19,000 hotspots are there in the stations. And out of these, around 12,289 hotspots are now PM-WANI enabled. This is the scale of Railtel's RailWire Wi-Fi, which is available in the stations. Everybody has talked about connectivity or Wi-Fi, how to enable Wi-Fi. Let's discuss about the challenges in the operations of these Wi-Fi networks, especially public Wi-Fi networks. So there are two major challenges. One is proliferation is not that much, and it is because of the networks run in the silos. These are majorly, the public networks are majorly owned by the telcos. So people don't share these Wi-Fi network with the other operators or other users. Though this PM-WANI initiative of DOT and CDOT has tried to bridge this gap. However, this is not that much successful. It is not that useful. Even though we have enabled 18,000 hotspots, but we are not seeing any PM-WANI users in the stations. So I think this needs to be popularized and needs to be, I think here government needs to take some initiative to make it popularized so that this Wi-Fi at public spaces can be proliferated further. Another thing which is a big challenge is the revenue streams. People are not able to generate revenue out of Wi-Fi. Though everybody has tried in last, say, 8 to 10 years to monetize the public Wi-Fi, but nobody is that much successful. So how RailTel tried to bridge this gap? So the one thing is to minimize the operation cost. So we did many initiative, we took many initiative after Google left the station Wi-Fi network to minimize the cost of operation of the network. And the second is to generate the alternative revenue stream. So these two things we are trying to bridge further. We have launched paid Wi-Fi also in the station, but it is also very, very unuseful, or people are not coming to the Wi-Fi, paid Wi-Fi. Even though the cost of Wi-Fi vouchers is 1/5 the cost per GB, which is charged by the telcos, all the telcos. Even though people don't want to move to the paid Wi-Fi, because I think people are averse of using paying anything for Wi-Fi. This is the norm now in the country. So what RailTel has done is to generate the alternative revenue stream. So these are the key areas where we have focused to generate the alternative Wi-Fi revenue. We have partnered with 3i and 2 more consortium partners. One is FIST and second is a media company called Yellow Incorporation. So with them, we have now monetized the Wi-Fi network. So we are open to have partnership for this monetization program among other public Wi-Fi providers. So yeah, we are coming up with a super app in which we would like to have user where the KYC process is simpler. We have seen that whenever the KYC process is longer, people don't want to latch onto the Wi-Fi network, as well as the less awareness about the Wi-Fi availability at that particular hotspot. Even in PM-WANI, it doesn't show us the alert that the Wi-Fi network is available. Until or unless user is aware of the Wi-Fi, presence of Wi-Fi, he will not be able to latch on to it, because anyway he is having the 4G connection or maybe 5G connection now onwards. We have seen that 4G is also not able to cater to the requirement of the traffic. We see the call drops and the slowness of the 4G network wherever there is a more density or more users. So obviously 5G, this Wi-Fi can bridge this gap. Wi-Fi offload is also not very, very popular, because again, there are silos. And so we are now, through this app, would like to bring more subscriber, even when he is in the network, Wi-Fi network, or not even on the network. Even if he is at home, he should be able to use, somehow there has to be some stitching between the user and the Wi-Fi. So the OTT, we are coming up with the OTT. OTT sachets are unheard in the industry right now. The OTTs are available only in the quarterly or annual packages. So we would like to launch the OTT packages in the hours, maybe 6 hours, 8 hours, 12 hours, 2 days, 3 days, because user remains only during that period in the Wi-Fi. And there is a tendency to pay for OTT, but not for the Wi-Fi. So beside these, as earlier somebody has said, e-health. So yes, e-health, we are launching the e-health also, because if somebody is connected through Wi-Fi and the AI engine is sitting on the data center, then he can have better understanding, or he can get the better records, whether it is blood pressure or ECG. All these can be done through the AI engine sitting on the data center, instead of somebody having his only single report or standalone application. So this may record users data for longer time, and it may give us the much more accurate results. And would like also to have bringing this e-commerce applications in stations, because the rural stations are the best suited for all these activities. And beside this, we would like to have travel packages through that particular app, booking, porter booking, food delivery app, integration with food delivery app, so that people can order food even when he is in station or not even in the stations. So I think with these we can monetize the Wi-Fi. Thank you.
थैंक यू आनंद जी एंड जो इन्होंने बताया उसके हिसाब से आपको आने वाले कुछ महीनों में रेलटेल का एक नया अवतार इन टर्म्स ऑफ द एक्सपीरियंस दैट यू हैव यूजिंग द वाईफाई थ्रू रेलटेल, इट विल बी सर्टेनली देयर। मेरा पर्सनल एक्सपीरियंस यही रहा है कि वाईफाई के साथ जो एक फ्री का टैग जुड़ा रहा शुरू से, दैट हैज बिकम द बिगेस्ट डेटरेंट इन टर्म्स ऑफ मोनेटाइजेशन ऑफ वाईफाई। पीपल ऑलवेज एज्यूम दैट वाईफाई इज फ्री, राइट? मैं खुद भी जब देखूं, अभी तो 4G सिग्नल वगैरह अच्छे हैं एयरपोर्ट पे। फ्यू इयर्स बैक व्हेन आई यूज्ड टू बी एट एयरपोर्ट, वो 45 मिनट का वाईफाई फ्री होता था, राइट? यूज किया, उसके बाद बताएगा वो 50-100 रुपए का आप रिचार्ज कर सकते हैं। आई विल पुट माय वाइफ्स नंबर, शी इज एट होम इन चंडीगढ़ एंड आई एम स्टिल कॉलिंग हर, अपना OTP देना। तो so the problem was not that I cannot afford 50 rupees, but the thinking is like that कि वाईफाई is free, why to pay? और मेरे साथ नहीं, मैंने तो कितने लोगों से पूछा भी, कभी वाईफाई परचेज किया, कहता कभी नहीं किया, वाईफाई तो फ्री होता है। So when the society comes with that understanding that Wi-Fi free hota hai, to change their gears or mind, it's a challenge. When I was in Dubai for a few years back, वहाँ अच्छा देखा monetization of Wi-Fi. See, first of all, Wi-Fi as the public infrastructure has to be reliable and all available, right? You have good uptime and it's available all over the place. That's two important things I have experienced there. Secondly, when I purchased my city tour kind of a thing, which was so many dirhams, they said with Wi-Fi or without Wi-Fi. With Wi-Fi मतलब बोला आप कहीं भी जाएंगे, चाहे आप रेलवे स्टेशन पे हो, चाहे आप पार्क में हो, कहीं भी हो, आपको अच्छा Wi-Fi मिलेगा। I said excellent here. So hardly 10-15 dirham difference was there. I paid it. So the packaging of the product with an assurance that you will find it everywhere was excellent, and I really experienced it in the way that Wi-Fi was so excellent there. So the packaging has to be that if you tomorrow book a rail ticket, be sure first of all it works there at the station, and you tell the customer if you're booking a ticket which is worth 700, you can have Wi-Fi at any of our stations for just 750, and you will see the uptake. Because you don't expect the customer to do a 50 rupee transaction at the at the station with that sense of insecurity first of all, कि यहाँ पे 50 रुपए की transaction करे नहीं करे, and then 50 रुपए के लिए भी दिमाग में आता नहीं एकदम से consciously कि यहाँ पे Wi-Fi होगा और मैं purchase कर सकता हूँ. So I think somewhere we need to have Wi-Fi as a public infrastructure available. Hospitals के बारे में बात हुई, hospital में लोग 100 रुपए का या 200 रुपए का अपना कार्ड लेते हैं एक दिन का, राइट? मुझे आज दिखाना है, आप पूछिए हॉस्पिटल में वाईफाई हर फ्लोर पे हर प्लेस पे है, आप 120 रुपए में कार्ड ले लेंगे, पर्सन विल टेक। आप अलग से बोलिए 20 रुपए का वाईफाई लेंगे, क्या कर रहे हैं? So the way you present your product and you assure that there's a service behind it, I think Wi-Fi can still be having a good business case. The future is there, but we need to get to that stage of a reliable infrastructure in place all over, all those things. So we can have one or two questions before we conclude this session. I think, yeah, please.
Actually, RailTel has already taken the first step. So the any RailWire customer can actually sign up on a railway station with the same user ID password and get the paid quality.
We have a happy customer, and though I wasn't happy with the New Delhi experience, but he is. That's good. So over to you now.
Any questions? Yeah. Please do introduce yourself so that.
Thank you. My question is to the gentleman from RailTel. So is PM-WANI implemented in RailTel? And what is the difference between the non-PM-WANI hotspots and the PM-WANI also, if there is it, please. There is no difference.
There is no difference in these access points. Only the SSID is different for PM-WANI and rail-wire SSID. These two SSID we are broadcasting on the station. So user who would like to use PM-WANI can use PM-WANI, and those who would like to use rail-wire can also latch on to the rail-wire Wi-Fi.
Models of the PM-WANI and the rail-wire, which one is more successful and why?
Monetization, we have done monetization. It is not PM-WANI is the voucher-based monetization scheme. So there is no uptake on it. We have not seen many users who are using PM-WANI vouchers for latching on to the Wi-Fi. And whereas the second model, rail-wire, which we have monetized, is not, it is about the services, not about the Wi-Fi. Wi-Fi is free. So by asking him to join or take other value-added services or through targeted location-based advertisement, we are monetizing it. Not, we are not selling Wi-Fi. It is free, but the services, if somebody would like to use those services, he has to pay for services, and that's how we are monetizing.
Yes, please, on the back.
My question is to Mr. Anand, sir.
Can you introduce yourself, sir?
Yeah, myself from
From?
DD. Doordarshan.
Yeah, yeah.
Sir, my question to Mr. Anand is that you told that the Airtel, Airtel, they are providing the Wi-Fi at the railway stations. Is it available there in the train also? I mean, when we go from one place to another, is it available? If not so, are you planning to do in the near future?
No, Wi-Fi is not available on the trains. It is available only on the stations or on platforms.
So we have a time for one. Yes, last there in the last. Last.
I am Sumit Garg from ABP Networks. Question is to Mr. Anand again. Mr. Anand, why is it that you're giving two Wi-Fi's when you have PM-WANI, SSID for public open? Any reason why you keep public Wi-Fi and also keep PM-WANI? Secondly, what kind of other payment options are you providing apart from vouchers? Like, can a customer join to the PM without buying a voucher? And thirdly, what kind of awareness has been done for the passengers so that they can know that PM-WANI Wi-Fi is available at that particular area?
See, I have not, I was not, your voice was.
You are not audible. Can you ask the question again?
So the last thing what I heard is that how you are making users aware of the Wi-Fi presence. So station Wi-Fi awareness program is there. We have made people aware of the Wi-Fi. The boards are there in the stations. And now we are coming with the app so that, and we will come up with the QR codes available on the station. By that you can download the app and use the free Wi-Fi and have the easy KYC also using that app. Once you are having that app, we will not ask you to do the KYC process again and again. So other questions I am not able to hear actually. If somebody can repeat for me.
Would you have any other payment options apart from vouchers? Like as a passenger, can I join the Wi-Fi without buying the voucher?
Without buying the voucher?
Yes, 30 minutes Wi-Fi is available without buying any voucher. You can use the Wi-Fi by not even just by providing the KYC, your mobile number and OTP. You can use it for 30 minutes.
These are physical vouchers. These are physical vouchers. The vouchers are physical.
No,
vouchers.
we are not selling any physical vouchers. See, we started with the physical vouchers way back in 2014, and it was complete failure. So that's why we have dropped this plan to sell physical vouchers.
Right. And the last part of the question was, why do you have a public Wi-Fi and you also have a PM-WANI Wi-Fi? Any reason why you need to keep a public Wi-Fi open now that you have successfully rolled out on such a large scale PM-WANI Wi-Fi?
See, PM-WANI has to be enabled only. That's why we did additionally, because see, when country has launched such a big program to popularize the Wi-Fi, we have to be part of it. That's why we are part of it. We would like to make it more successful. We would like more user to use voucher, or they become user of PM-WANI or some kind of public Wi-Fi platform. As Vivek sir told us that Dubai, it is very easy, or the Wi-Fi is available on the state, all the places wherever he is going. So if the Wi-Fi is available at all the spaces, then user will log into that Wi-Fi. So that's why we are part of PM-WANI also. That's a platform to make users for longer time. He will attach to it. He can use high-speed broadband without straining the infrastructure of mobile operators.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Debashish Dada want another question. I think he's making some project on PM-WANI. Yes, Dada.
Thank you. My question is, this one is not on PM-WANI. There was a project which railways had undertaken for putting Wi-Fi connectivity and other projects, other entertainment services on the trains, so the moving trains. There was a elaborate POC which was undertaken in 2019 onwards till 2021. I believe that project has been scrapped, the POC. Any particular reason why that project has been scrapped? Because I think like you have in-flight connectivity, now there is a licensed service from DOT. Why not have in-train connectivity? What is wrong in it? And provide Wi-Fi services to the customer on the train, who's also, as Vivek rightly mentioned, he can buy a ticket and he can buy a ticket with Wi-Fi if he wants to have, pay some additional money, which railways can earn.
I think this question is not related with RailTel. It is with the railways. So
you have no idea why project was scrapped?
Yes, I would.
Okay.
So I see only the questions towards to RailTel. We have other speakers also. So no questions. Acha, they are the speech. So, sir, closing remarks. We'll close it.
So I think this Wi-Fi space that we had questions, how to monetize, how to make it a genuine business case. We still have a question mark, I would say, because we come from a legacy where Wi-Fi was always free. But yes, as now one gentleman said, in the train, you need the Wi-Fi, why it's not there. So all public places where Wi-Fi needs to be available as a public infrastructure, and then the product as a Wi-Fi should be bundled, not as a standalone, but should be bundled with the other community services. As I mentioned about hospital, as I can mention about tourism. So people buy the basic service called tourism or the hospital services or other services. Wi-Fi should be an incidental hygiene available when you use that service. That is my take on it. And I'm sure there is a large community which is working on it. I have seen few private hospitals doing it, and government at large is seriously looking at the digitization aspect. From a fiberization standpoint, I'm sure the way BSNL is now steering the BharatNet utilization program, there will be a sea change in the rural India in months to come that all of you will experience, because you have your friends, families, everybody back in villages. And all of us post-pandemic love to go back to villages and stay there for some time, right? So all of us will have a good digital experience in days to come when we go back to our villages. So that's how I can see a future for all of us. Thank you for being so good in participating during the rounds of question answers. I'm also thankful to all our speakers who have put their points across, have put their ideas, they shared their ideas with you. And some of the ideas, you will take it in your business journey to see that there is some genuine benefit derived out of it. I thank the organizers also for giving us an opportunity to share our thoughts with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, before we come to the end of the Wi-Fi India, 4th Wi-Fi India 2023, may I request the chairman, Shri Vivek ji, to present the mementos to the distinguished speakers. First to Jayant. Thank you, Jayant. Then to Jeevan, one operator to another operator. That's called the friendship of the operators. Shailendra. Arindam Das.
Atmanirbhar Bharat can be achieved.
Then to Anand, the man of the match. All the questions was bombarded to him. So finally, Anand, make sure to go and tell CMD that all the trains should have a Wi-Fi now. Okay. And Vivek ji will give you whatever the support you need. So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. This comes to the. Vivek ji ko hum denge. Give me this thing. I'll present it to Vivek ji. Come to the end of this conference. The next event is on 6G, which will be on 9th and 10th of May in Delhi. So before we move to the lunch, let me present a memento to the chairman. So thank you so much. May I request all the speakers and the chairman and TV sir and all to move to the VIP lounge for the lunch. Thank you.